All right. As people are coming in, shout out to y'all. Hopefully, y'all are doing well, having a good day so far. Waiting on my co-host and waiting on a few more folks to come on in the room. If you could do us a favor and please tweet this space out, and we will be getting started shortly. All right, we are about to get started here. Hopefully, everybody, like I said, is doing well. This is the Certified Truth. That is myself, Black Alpha. All right, we got Queen Alpha here. My co-host up in here. And we are going to get this conversation today. This is about G-checking op language and disruptive agendas. Because as we see, we have had a lot of different things come at the reparations movement. There's a lot of different conversations that are kind of just being started out of nowhere that are causing certain confusions. So just understanding the getting back on point of the messaging. So we will be getting rolling here in just a second. Waiting on, of course, my brother. Shout out to Queen Alpha. Yes, indeed. Shout out to Queen Alpha. Y'all give her a fist in the chat. All right. Hopefully we ain't having no issues. You know how that goes. But like I was saying, family, we've been seeing, there's a conversation of this terminology, that terminology. And then there's also things that aren't even on the radar of reparations that still are finding their ways into conversations. So what we want to do today is go over some aspects of opposition language, and then also talk about the disruptive agendas. So, disruptive agendas is like, what agents of chaos do. They're coming amongst the people to go ahead and start swaying ideas and swaying minds to get you, to get you off of focus. And if you have a solid group, solidly divided, as everybody likes to now say, division, we can't be divided with people that were never with us. But as far as it goes in-house, there's people that are now, we see with certain stuff going on out here trying to cause unnecessary divisions. So what we want to talk about is how do we prepare ourselves and conduct ourselves in the future, looking at those things as just simply what they are, being language of opposition, being a situation of distraction, so on and so forth. So that is what we want to get into today. And definitely want y'all to come up and chime in and get you that, brother. And then okay. Hopefully we get my brother on up here. Okay, yeah, and then we'll get this conversation rolling. So now that I have my brother up here, man, what is going on down there on the southeast, my brother?
Appreciate that, family. Living good down here in the southeast. It's about 80 degrees, sun shining, man, ready to get to work, family. How about you on the west side?
Well, today is sunny after snowing last night, but it's about 41 degrees right now and sunny.
Hold on, wait, excuse me. Did you say snowing?
Yeah, it was snowing last night.
Oh man. Hey, all I know, they say it never rains in Southern Cal, man, but I know down here in Southern Georgia, baby, the sun is shining all day long, family.
That's what's up. That's what's up, brother. So you remember? So as me and you were talking, brother, we were talking about like the language of opposition as we was talking about what we're going to do for this space. The language of opposition that we hear. Um, just on that particular conversation alone, before we get into my first question, what is your like some of the things you have seen out here just in languaging, even from be it media, maybe even international or like government official, Capitol Hill, stuff like that. What has been some of the things you have been hearing when it comes to regard to our movement?
That's a great question, family. Anybody who's familiar with my YouTube channel, I always tell people, watch the verbiage. If you watch the verbiage, it'll tell you everything you need to know, because understand, when it comes to foundational Black Americans, everybody always tries to ambush us or sneak attack us. Everybody's afraid to bring their opposition through that front door because they know better. You understand? So when you start talking about us, everything is going to be undermined. Everything is going to be backhanded, and they're going to speak in a lot of different codes. And that's how opposition comes towards us. So when I say watch the verbiage, you got to understand and identify things that they say to knock us off course, but they don't ever want to say it directly because, you know, they'd have to deal with us. And dealing with us is the last thing anybody wants to do. So when you start talking about tethers, you start talking about homegrown coons, you start talking about these political parties, politicians, whoever, so on and so forth, they always are going to come at us with different backdoor means. And one of the things that I like to look out for is the endearing person, all right? The person who's not of our community, but they come in absolutely endearing. And they're always saying these flattering terms, and they act like they support us. I said this not too long ago. I would say 99.9% of people who are not FBA and claim to support reparations really do not. Really do not. Okay. They do not support reparations. What they want to do is they want to make it look like they support reparations or just our endeavors in general, so they can get on our good side and then they can infiltrate us from the inside. Understand, they cannot infiltrate you from the outside. So they got to get in. And the only way they get in is bringing up enduring terms, enduring statements and phrases. So what I watch for, family, the first thing is always the verbiage. How friendly, dinly, winly do people come towards us? And typically when people come with a smile, they're really coming with a growl behind that smile. And that's quote to Malcolm X. He said it a long time ago. Some people come with a bite and a smile. Some people come with a bite and a growl. So we got to watch for the ones with the bite and a smile, because history has shown that those are typically the people who are the most opposition towards foundational Black American freedmen. You feel me, my family?
I absolutely do feel you, my brother. And so I see we have Sir Funk on stage. And so my first question would be this. What would be your thoughts of language of opposition, Sir Funk? Go ahead, brother. You got it. Sir Funk, are you there?
Got it. I had to turn the mic on there. My bad. You hear me now?
Yes, sir. You got it.
Okay. So it would be interesting that you would bring this up, and immediately as you're talking about this, I'm looking at a timeline on Twitter, or a thread on Twitter with some woman named Kimberly Crenshaw, who I'm not familiar with, don't know, don't want to know. And she's sitting with Reverend Al, and she's talking up intersectionality, like along the lines of, we're not going to be able to get our agenda done unless we include other people in our agenda, you know. And she goes on to rattle off the LGBTQ and all the other people who have basically, you know, come up on our backs, the usual suspects, I would call them. And I'm looking at this, you know, I'm like, you know, this, she and Reverend Al are sitting there, you know, basically trying to undermine what we're trying to get done here, you know, and having a white platform to do it with. And, you know, this has to stop. These people have to be called out for who they are and what they are. You know, we can't carry them anymore. We have to be more decisive about cutting these people out, because they're going to be there and they're going to do what they do. And like you say, we don't have that luxury anymore. So That's all I wanted to say, and I just wanted to land there and, have y'all thoughts on it. Appreciate it.
Actually, you were right on time. Okay, thanks. Yeah, thank you, brother, very much for bringing up the Kimberly Crenshaw, now Sharpton move. Because again, like we're talking about the language of opposition. So, family, what Kimberly Crenshaw is, who she is, she's one of the authors of critical race theory. She's probably the most known person behind it. Actually, she's not really the true author. I've actually played the real author on my broadcast before, and YouTube made me take it down. So they promote her as the author of critical race theory, and then what she is, she kind of tipping her hand, if you ask me. It's showing that the African American history studies down there in Florida, all of that stuff that was implemented into that curriculum, she is all behind. Now, if you remember, you'll hear Treason Eric Dyson. He's talking about the Hooksian theory, and so he's talking about the bell hooks kind of college mindset that they want to, that's what kind of goes on there. Well, again, with that indoctrination, they're both speaking about bell hooks and intersectionality. And they're basically trying to wedge in, as you've already seen in some of these Twitter spaces before, wedge in other agendas by the way of just saying, oh, that's Black history. And so, yeah, the Kimberly Crenshaw should be ashamed of herself for even trying to do that. And I'm really cool on how she's trying to move in that direction. I'm not happy with that at all. Black Alpha, did you want to chime in on that?
Absolutely, and I'm glad you guys touched upon that. First off, Sir Funk, man, you always got good facts, family, so salute to you, my brother. That's exactly what needs to be spoke of down there in Florida. Absolutely, that has been what's happening, and they understand that this erasure of our society has been going on, so they tried to use this erasure that we're very familiar with as means of sliding in all these other political agendas into the African-American studies, and we see everything's being latched on it. I always say this, and I'll consistently say this, when it comes to foundational Black Americans, everybody, okay, not somebody, not a few, not 3 or 4. Everybody has to leech themselves onto us. Even the dominant society leaches themselves onto us. So what do you think lesser communities are going to do? You have communities with resources who leech onto us, and then you have communities without resources that latch onto us. And this is one of the things they do. And I'm glad our brother brought up intersectionality, because that is a term that is never used with anybody else. They only use intersectionality when it comes to us, because they want to apply everybody's agendas to ours. You never hear them speak this to the Latino community or the Asian community, because they have to be autonomous and do for self, and they got to get everything for their own. When it comes to foundational Black Americans, they always want to add this, that, and the other group around the corner, down the block, up the street, around the boulevard, because this is how they dilute us. And the main play to that is a few years from now, you guys know what it is. This is just simple nature. If you dilute something so much, eventually it disappears. So the game of intersectionality, that is how they get us. That's how they stall us. That's how they stifle us, and they will continue to do so. And they don't just do that to us in the political field. They do this into, the education world. So you see this going on a lot in colleges, and now you're starting to see that go on a lot in even elementary school. I wouldn't be surprised in a few years from now if Black studies or African American studies or whatever you want to call it is going to be, maybe Gay Pride Month. You know what I'm saying? They're going to just say, fuck it, let's mix them both. I would not be surprised, because I put nothing past the supremacists. They work in this fashion every day, and they're going to continue to work in this fashion until we do something about it and stop it. So yes, that term is one of the many terms, as we say, watch the verbiage, that makes people latch onto our culture, as well as, many more. And we only see it growing. So we're going to have to go ahead and do our best to stifle it in the process.
And that is something that I definitely want to touch on. I'm glad he spoke on that. Because again, when you talk about bell hooks, that's basically hidden was a crouching hater, hidden feminist. And so we have a lot of that going on. And it's really, again, what do we know about feminism? Feminism is the female branch of white supremacy. Where Black women have got used is to facilitate bodies and votes to get their agenda passed, and then all of them women have seen and reaped the benefits. Also to the point to where white women in other countries or women who could be deemed white could come here and still get better benefits than sisters. And that's absolute crap. Now, even more so, white men that now will identify as women are now trying to leapfrog sisters. So that's another aspect of language of opposition, because anytime, just with the language, good thing, language of opposition, the etymology of the word intersectionality requires something to be dissolved. And what's that? That's us, our identity being dissolved into everything else. So with that being said, brother Jojo, what's going on, my brother? You can unmute yourself. You got it.
Peace, family. Peace, Beat. Peace, Black. Peace, Queen. Peace to the room. Man, Alpha just hitting on something that is so important, man. When he say how everybody wants to leech on to FBA culture, man. I can remember when this reparations movement, kind of took place when we started to get codified with our own term, right? After a lot of people delineated from the ADOS thing, we knew that we were going to stick to foundational Black American. Now you got this Freedman thing coming around, man. And Black Alpha just said it. He said, man, when we add on terms they always adding on different stuff to us, LGBT, this, that, and the third, and it dilutes it until it's not there no more. Man, this term has been holes been poked in it. Some of the people that are running with it are scammers. Other individuals that turning out to be people that are actually against foundational Black American because they have a problem with the person that coined the term. It's all kind of chaos and nonsense going on, man. And I thought we were going on lineage-based reparations, man. I was having a conversation with Marcel last night. And y'all can go to my page and see this is what he said out of his own little tweets or whatnot. Marcel said that we could not go for race-based reparations because they can't put an ethnic group above another person per the 14th Amendment clause. So I say, okay, well then Marcel, why are you guys going to the OMB to get everybody reclassified as American freedmen then? We didn't ask you guys for that. I guess he didn't respond. He didn't reply. I guess he went to bed. But my thing is, these people are getting caught up in whatever they're talking about. They didn't think I was going to go to the extent of what I was going to go through, man. My thing is, why you saying one thing, but you're saying another? You're saying that, this has been a status. No, American freedmen, y'all, is not a political status. It's nowhere in the Constitution that states that as a status. It was a term to define us during the time of chattel slavery because they had the boroughs and the banks in place. Refugees is an actual protected status. You will see it. The only freedman status that is legal are for the 5 civilized tribes. Man, we got to start breaking this stuff down. We got to stop letting people try to spit to us or call themselves educating us without us doing the proper knowledge and research, man. All of this stuff is a sham to co-opt other people in that don't have foundational Black American lineage and ties. One of the guys on that that's been pushing this Freedman thing, he's Panamanian. Another guy, he has Jamaican. And this chick done sent me paperwork to her ancestry, and she's trying to speak for me, and she got white all in her bloodline. So that's what I'm saying, family. I don't know what I don't know if we fell asleep. I don't know if we navigated away from, we've like the brother was saying, we allow people to come to us smiling with a growl behind our back, and not a growl behind our back, but they're smiling, but they're growling at the same time, and they're coming to us and they're getting us with our talking points. See, they talk like us. Since when has the new black media ever highlighted W.E. Du Bois, man? That dude is boule. He's a coon. I've never heard Tariq Nasheed talk about W.E.D. Boyce as somebody for Black empowerment. I've never heard Jason Black, Professor Black Truth talk about W.E.B. Boyce for somebody or epitome of Black empowerment, man. That guy was boule. I'm talking to the family, man. Like, we got to snap out of this trying to co-opt these people. We're allowing them to come in and ride our backs. They tried to change our freaking designation in the OMB. We got like 50-something days left to make them people know that we want to be identified as foundational, Black American. We are the foundation of the United States because there was no foundation until chattel slaves of America built it. And I'm Black right now. My people were Black then, and I'm Black right now. I could trace my ancestor past the 1870 census. Like, let's be for real, man. We already got the blueprint. We already got the outline. Dr. Claude Anderson laid it out for us to tighten it up. So let's keep it for real with ourselves, man. I'm not adding no freedman to my goddamn lineage, man, because that term is too loose and it's too open. It allows too many people in. How you gonna codify a term then open it right back up? So it might sound like I got a beef with somebody. I ain't got no beef with nobody. I got a beef with the issue that somebody's trying to rob my people, and my people are pushing these people forward. They told us that we will always vote for our own demise. We will always be the ones that will put ourselves in position to get our own demise. I know a lot of people like these people with these different personalities. They got nice personalities and stuff. Stop falling for their personalities. Do the research on what they're talking about. See why those things were shot down and see where it all came from. I land my plane, man.
Shout out, brother JoJo.
Hey, JoJo been putting in that motherfucking work, bro. Big
yes,
time.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. And you know, I totally understand. For me, I've never understood the confusion because worrying about the designation, especially when it comes down to just understanding what a foundational Black American is. Bottom line is, we are not invisible. We're actually present. We're here and we are a people. So whatever you need to designate us as to cut that damn check, then let that be the focus. But I do understand we got to get the particulars down. And this is the biggest movement of all time, to be quite honest, because civil rights ain't reparations. This is actually bigger because it's economics and it affects the entire planet. Civil rights just affected America. This is world changing. So we're going to have every sense of opposition trying to come in the mix that you can imagine. That's why we're doing this space today, to be able to identify it and break that down to brass tacks. This space will be recorded so you can come back, study up, get your pens and pads because we're going to work today. Brother Alpha, did you want to chime in on that?
Absolutely. Check this out. I did a video with my brother Afro Elite. As a matter of fact, Afro's in here right now. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my brother Afro Elite right now and go over there. And me and Afro did the best breakdown of terminologies and classifications that has been out there. Make sure you check it out. Me and Afro Elite. Go over. It's on Afro Elite channel. Make sure you subscribe to my brother while you're over there. And it breaks down classifications. And we literally went through every single classification out there. And we gave the reasons why some are good, some are bad, how some are flat and some are full. So make sure you check that out. But I want to say this to our brother JoJo's point. I'm going to be honest with you. The term freedman, I have a slight issue with it because it don't have the word Black in it. I got to be 100 with you. We got to be specific up in here. If you lack the term, because basically you're just going off of, well, they just, assume it's Black people. Well, in the system of supremacy, you can't assume shit. You better put Black in there. Hell, you got people who are Black who still somehow spin themselves away. You got people who are white who spin themselves in. So if you don't have Black, B-L-A-C-K in it, it's going to be problematic. And then another thing we broke down, we need to stop being so ceremonial. You understand? When you look at these other groups, they don't say, well, this is what we've been classified as back in 1800s. These new groups are saying, no, this is what we want today. We want a new term, a fresh term created by us for us. There's nothing wrong with being new. There's nothing wrong with being fresh. So when you look at the term foundational Black American, that is a grassroots term that is organic, that was created by us today in this time to identify the problems that we have now. We're not sitting back and saying, well, my great-great-grandma's mom, she was classified as this way back in the day. So let's just be ceremonial. Fuck ceremonial. Let's be fresh. You understand? So I don't have a problem with the term freedman, but when you start talking about it being a classification and you're just doing it just to do it, You ain't got a reason. You're just doing it because it's ceremonial. That's when it becomes problematic. I don't have a problem with it being a social term and we throw it around socially. That's fine. But there are loopholes. And I'm going to say something that don't nobody want to talk about, but there's a lot of motherfuckers running around here saying freedmen. And that shit is littered with a whole lot of opposition. Not everybody, okay? Not everybody, but this is how it happens. People either take something and they manipulate it or they create an issue. And there's a lot of people running around saying freedmen that are opposition. And they trying to make it look like they're the freedmen spokespeople. They're trying to run around here and put badges on their shirt. And you don't see that. When you talk about foundational Black Americans and people who identify with that term, we run a very tight ship over here. Everything is airtight and it's very specific, okay? We know what it is. We operate very functionally as a collective and a lineage. You got some people who's running around here talking about freedmen and they creating their own flags. They creating their own, like they the goddamn, head nigga in charge of the whole goddamn lineage. And then you got people running around here saying freedmen that never ever said it before. These motherfuckers be 50 years old and never said it until 3 weeks ago. So we got to be very, very, very clear on that. And I don't give a fuck what it is. We have to be specific because if it's going to come down to our reparations claim and to the best of our interest, specific nature is what we have to operate off of. Anything that is ambiguous, abstract, or loosely based has to be tightened up. So I see what my brother JoJo is saying, and I believe my brother JoJo has been very pure. He's basically saying we need to get this shit right. We need to get it right, and we don't need to be having all these things. And some people may get upset with that because, like I said, you're going to have people who are passionate about the term, and they're coming from a sincere place. But then you're going to have people who are going to be phony and fraudulent about that term, and they're coming from an egotistical place. And you know how things get in this system of supremacy and anti-Black racism. It's never just clear. It's always murky. So it takes people to have that third eye and to be able to see the forest through the trees to get to the point. Sometimes things get lost in translation, but we're here to make that shit real, real clear. So I understand exactly where everybody's coming from in terms of this, but we do got to get it right, and we got to make sure that whatever we do, it can't be we doing it just because. We got to do it because we got together collectively and came up with something anew. Because as I turn on television right now and I turn down my timeline, I see all these new communities, and they not saying we doing things just because we was labeled this 300 fucking years ago. They saying we gonna come up with this now. The term LGBTQ, that didn't even exist 10 years ago. Hell, they just added a couple goddamn syllables to it. You feel me? They didn't say, well, we just going to go off of this. No, they make it new so they can evolve. And as they evolve, they can get in on new opportunities. We have to come up with something that is based in the grassroots, created by the grassroots, and something anew that reflects us today, not reflects us 300 years ago. That's my piece.
And Black Alpha, one more thing to that, right? And I'm gonna just be honest with you, man. Like, they had me too. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest. I'm not finna sit here and be like, oh yeah, I saw the fix. I didn't wake up to everything until they brought in Gabe. Because we already know by Elder Nearly Fuller, he already told us when you bring up a white person around us and you tell us that this white person isn't racist and all this, that, and the third, oh no, now I need to look at you and him. You know what I'm saying? Because just because he might have proved to you he's not a suspected white supremacist don't mean shit to me. I got to see that for myself, and that did not occur, especially by some of the statements that were made. Then you got to look at some of the people that, like you said, some of the people that were that are the main ones behind it, like that guy Naheem. He's part of the people that submitted the bill to the reparations task force out there in California. But I heard him on the platform say he don't fuck with FBA. So I don't need nobody's hand in my reparations that feels like that about me and my people. And because we self-identify, and you're trying to get us to go back to a term that the white people gave us, and you talking about that's our term. And then you turn around and you go to the OMB, you flood the gates with people to say that, hey, these people are going to be American freedmen and change our whole lineage. What about our Black American flag? What about our Juneteenth flag? What about all those things that we have put together and we have put in our Black culture? That is racing my freaking family's history, man. I don't want to wake up tomorrow and I got to goddamn talk about some colorless fucking status. It's not real yet. And they run around here talking about it's a political, that's a goddamn lie. You can't show me nowhere that it say that a Black American is a freedman, is a political status for a Black American. It has to say that. It says it for refugee. It clearly states status. That's not a freaking status, man. They're running game. They're using terminologies. They're using definitions. They're persuading my folks, man. We trying to erase our goddamn self. What the hell we gonna do with Black History Month? Call it American freedom. We got to go back and change everything, man. I'm not erasing my blackness. Because if I go up to these motherfucking crackers and they goddamn see my ass, I'll be like, I'm American freedom. They be like, nah, you a nigga, pow. I land my plane.
No doubt, my brother. And I think with for me, I like I say again, with the terminology thing, I'm it's an unfortunate thing that that's even became a thing, because it's very simple. You know you exist. And truth be told, I always feel some kind of way with relying on given status or a given to what we're doing is taking what we are. So when we take what we are, I don't understand how we keep falling back into the conversation of what they gave us.
Mommy and daddy.
Jesus Christ. I mean, for me, and I understand it's natural for a lot of people to do, but I really want y'all to start looking through the lens of this is a new time. So if you're going to set your own mark, you cannot keep coming at it with well, what works under their system of this and that? They're going to have to deal, just like how you make a treaty. A reason why you have to make a treaty is because it was not within the normal rules of how they set things up. And that's what really needs to be done for us. And it would be, of course, world shifting and world changing. So, like they say, they need to get on the right side of history. That's what they need to do, because we are setting it for ourselves. No one is going to define us. We are us. So however we want to be claimed as a lineage, that shit comes inward, outward. I don't understand this. I don't even get it, to be quite honest, the whole confusion thing, but it is what it is. Alpha, did you want to chime in on that before we get to the hands?
Yeah, one last little statement right here is when you start talking about Freedmen, and a lot of people, they say, well, Freedmen has been on the books. Okay, if it's been on the books, how well has it served us? I ask that to everybody. How well has it served us? It's been on the books. Okay. How well has it served us? Has it stopped any type of police brutality? Has it increased our economic situation, our education? Has it served us in any purposes? And then we also have to remember this. When you say, well, it's been on the books, you're talking about a classification given to you by white supremacy. They write laws right now that they'll say black on it and they'll go to everybody except us. You ever heard of affirmative action? Okay, so when you start talking about Zaddy wrote this law for me, or Zaddy gave me this name, so he's going to have to beholden to it. He's going to have to uphold it for us. He ain't upholding Freedmen. I'm telling. If nobody want to hear that, I'm going to say it right now. He is not going to uphold that term, because he has never upheld anything. And as a matter of fact, if you think that the white man is going to give you a term and then uphold it, you need to sit your ass down and quit fighting, because white supremacy and fighting this is not your job, because you obviously don't know nothing about it. There's nothing about the system of white supremacy that ever tells you that the white man will give you a name and then uphold it. He doesn't uphold any law or any treaty historically. The same people who sit here and talk about how they reneged on treaties for us after the Civil War are the same people telling us that he's going to uphold Freedmen that was given to us after the Civil War. Which one is it? That's a complete contradiction. So on the left hand, he did not uphold a treaty, but on the right hand, he's going to uphold Freedmen. And then he's going to uphold Freedmen 300, 400 years later. It's not happening. So we got to be realistic. We got to be truthful. And if somebody's passionate about that term, I understand that. But like I said, we're going to have to get to the brass tacks of the situation. And the brass tacks of the situation is foundational Black American. That is a term that has been created right here, right now. It's a new term. And instead of sitting back and saying, well, let's take what they gave us years ago, let's go to them and say, no, this is what we created for ourselves right here, right now. And when you look at history, you see that FBA is really the only term ever that was created by Black people in the Black grassroots. African American was not, Negro was not, Freedman was not. These were terms that were all handed to you. Foundational Black American is the first time that we say we're going to name ourselves and we are going to identify for ourselves. So when you start talking about self-identification opposed to masses identification of you, that's a big contrast difference. And we can move to the hands. Before we get to everybody, I got to go to my brother Afro Elite real quick, y'all. We're going to get to Afro because Afro's on this, and y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my brother because we broke all of this down. Afro, the floor is yours, player.
Thank you, brother. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, B1 to you, B1 to everybody in the chat. I'm gonna be brief because I know there was some hands and y'all was waiting on to speak. So I'm gonna say it like this. Now, the broadcast that me and Black Alpha did, which was masterful. If you guys have not seen it, you guys definitely need to, especially pertaining to this subject right here. the breakdown that we did, we explained that really there is no strategic advantage in renaming ourselves freedmen over the classification of foundational Black American. There is no strategic advantage, and in fact, there is actually a drawback to it, because the word at the time, we have to really understand, and I was talking about this in my broadcast yesterday. We have to understand stuff that was going on around that time, and then how it's applicable today. You know, knowing the history and how it's applicable today. At the time, there was really during that time just Black people and white people in the country for the most part, and a very small percentage of different groups of people. All right. So when they use terms like colored, when they use terms like non-white, all of these terms that today are ambiguous and other people would fit under that classification, at that time that just meant Black. But we're not at that time anymore. Now we have to be more specific about the terms that we use. Back during that time, they didn't have to say freedmen were only Black. It was just implied. Now you need a very specific airtight term that excludes everybody else, that don't allow any wiggle room for anybody else, because we're at a different time where everybody is trying to really tether themselves to foundational Black Americans. Everybody is pretty much trying to say, oh, I'm one of you guys. You know what I'm saying? So when we're coming for reparations, when we're trying to achieve tangible benefits for our distinct lineage, we have to be very distinct with the language, more so now than we did in the 1860s and the 1870s. So saying that we're freemen, and I don't have like a issue with the term, it's not like I get triggered with the term. We have to understand, maybe back during the day that was fine, but it provides us no strategic advantage to reclassify ourselves as that today. And the thing is that a lot, not all, but a lot of these people don't have a full grasp on what white supremacy is. They have passion, don't get me wrong, but they are not putting that through the necessary filter of history and intelligence that is necessary to be a spokesman. So what they're just speaking off of raw passion, and a lot of times there's oppositions covering their opposition with passion. We'll talk about that later. But they don't understand how white supremacy works. White supremacy is not going to give you you're not going to get any closer to reparations by calling yourselves a freeman. It's not like and we talked about that in the video, you're not going to get any closer to it. It's better to kind of start from the beginning, which is what we're doing. We're starting from the beginning, but it's a clean, fresh slate, and we're starting on our terms. It's better to do it this way than to try to dust off an old contract or old documents and try to reword certain flaws that were put into that and pick up, quote unquote, where they left off. It's better to start as foundational Black Americans and move forward. We've been making more progress doing it that way. And with that, I land.
Hey, I put that link in the jumbotron of that space that you and Black Alpha did the other day, bro.
Thank you.
Right on. And man, I totally agree with with what the brother said. Shout out to you, brother Afro Elite. Because y'all did do a great space, because at the end of the day, that's my point. We're doing something new, so why would we go to the old, like my brother Alpha said, ceremonious policy and saying, well, this is what we were classified. Yeah, we got that, but I need y'all to understand white supremacy. If that was a term that they agreed on, then that's a term that they have already found the roadmap to undercut and undermine. So it could, that to me, we always have to be mindful, especially going back to one of the old things or titles that they had given us. Because remember, when they gave them to us, we didn't have no way of researching things beforehand. So before we go back down memory lane, let's just make sure that all the history is absolutely in order. If you can feel what I'm saying. So the next hand, let me get to Actify. Go ahead, Actify.
Can you come back to me? I'm putting gas in my truck.
All right. I saw IG Wells. I think that was, you had your hand up a minute ago. So go ahead, IG Wells.
Yeah, I got you. Appreciate the host, the co-host, and all the family in here. And the one I want to break it down in a layman terms, like you're a 5-year-old. Either you FBA or you not. So punk ass up out of here. Plain and simple. And we need to keep it like that. You don't love us. Why the hell we gotta love you? Get your ass up out of here. If you not FBA, bye. We don't care about no Friedman shit right now. We run the FBA all day. It's plain and simple. And let's keep it there. Let's keep it 100. And I ain't trying to contrast or trying to prove no motherfucking point. I'm just trying to keep it real. So let's keep it moving. One love. I got you. Drop.
Man, thank you, my brother. And man, short to the point and on point, absolutely. And that, again, we getting back to the simple messaging of it, which is actually my question about, well, actually, one of the things I've noticed when it comes down to these kind of the language of opposition is the over questioning of a already established fact. The one established fact here is that we understand what lineage we hail from. Now it's an over questioning of the whatever we're going to be labeled as. What are we going to be called? That's became too important, and it's almost becoming more important than actually looking at reparations and why we need reparations. So just making sure that them conversations don't get confused. That is something that I noticed. Actify, are you ready now, brother? I see you got your hand back up.
Yeah, I'm ready now. This is gonna be relatively quick. This is gonna be unpopular in here, but the term itself, according to W.E.B. Du Bois, we named ourselves freedmen, right? We don't have to agree with that, fine. But also the term ties us to policy, right? I hear what you're saying, that white supremacy is not going to honor that, but to think they're not going to honor that but still honor a new term, that's kind of it doesn't make sense to me, right? It doesn't have to make sense to me. Everybody can believe what they want to believe, but it's clear that regardless of BTP, regardless of Gabe, regardless of Naheem, this term is a term we named ourselves. It was accepted, and it is a term that ties us to policy. Now, the reason we don't use it anymore, I would argue that a lot of money was stolen from the billions of dollars were stolen from the Freedmen's Bank, and of course, Uncle Sam doesn't want us talking about that term anymore, right? And I think it would behoove us to step back and say, okay, if these people were the 4.4 million people that were freed from slavery at the end of the Civil War, and these are our ancestors, and they had no problem with the term freedmen, and whether it be ADOS, whether it be FBA, whether it be whatever term, because ADOS was a new term as well at the time, we had, to my mind, it's smarter to go to what is already established because it connects us to this history more deeply on paper and through our people. That's my 2 cents. Y'all absolutely can do as you choose.
I can agree with the perspective of sentiment. However, that was kind of just debunked. So with what JoJo just brought to the table, we're defining ourselves. And again, in the words of Mr. Neely Fuller, if you do not understand white supremacy, everything else will just confuse you. One of the things about them honoring one thing or another, they will, I have to go back to the point. We're not looking for their designation. We are going to be known as what we define ourselves as. They just have to honor it. We are not an invisible lineage. We're here and we built this place. So you get caught up and boil it down to a name, That's they. So every time I start hearing that talk, that's what I mean about language of opposition. We're looking to be up under their titles. We can tell them what we can design as ourselves. You have all these recognized tribes that are called by their own name. Why are we still looking for their designation? I'm confused on that part, but I get where people are still kind of stuck on the reservation with that. Black Alpha, did you want to chime in on that before we get to the next hand?
Yeah, absolutely. When we speak of, designations and we say that we named ourselves freedmen, I don't really consider it equal when we named ourselves this, coming out of the Civil War opposed to today. I think that's a complete different contradiction. It's like saying, my grandfather bought a car in, 1895 and I bought one yesterday. Which one you want to drive to work with? Okay, I want the new fresh one that ain't going to skip, hop, and jump. So it's all about the terms. And in terms of them recognizing what we claim, see, Freedman has cobwebs on it, a whole lot of cobwebs. All right. And we got to dust them off. Foundational Black American has no cobwebs on it. So not only did we identify ourselves, we actually identified the precedence of what we are. So Foundational Black American is just not a term that we identify as. We also identified all the nuances and the details inside of it. The nuances and the details inside of Freedman are ancient. They're very ancient. So we're dealing with antiquity versus modern history. And anytime you're dealing with an antiquity in today's world, you're going to deal with a lot of confusion. But when you deal with things that are new and fresh, then you got a lot of clarity. And we're all absolutely based on clarity in this movement. So yes, Freedman, though it may have been named by us way back in the day, that was, put forth by people who had none of the problems that we have. The only thing that we have in common with them is that we was black and we was dealing with anti-black racism. But today, in terms of populists, you're talking about the country, you're talking about things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. You're dealing with millions of illegals who are here in this country. You're dealing with a whole population change, a whole population shift. We got issues today that Foundational Black American serves us for, where the term Freeman would not necessarily serve us absolutely, because there's going to be a lot of confusion based on that term. So this is why we even came up with Foundational. Let me say this. If Freedman was working so well for us, we wouldn't have came up with FBA. Nobody would ever said ADOS. They would have never said African American. People have been consistently trying to come up with new names because Freedman has not been served or recognized. So this is why Foundational Black American is here. Dr. Claude Anderson said Native Black American. He said that because Freedman was not working for us. So we have to come up with things that are clear. We have to come up with things that are new and fresh and representative of not just black people on earth, but black people who are on earth in America right here, right now, today, opposed to our great, great, great ancestors of yesteryear. That is the point. Afro and then JoJo.
That was a perfect setup. That was shout out to Black Alpha, because that was a genius setup that he just had. And I want to second that, because as I was just explaining, we have to understand times are different. We have to our movement it's the same movement, but it evolves. As it evolves, so does the language that we use has to evolve. The terms that we use have to evolve. And that is what separates us from other people who claim to be a part of the movement, is because we recognize lessons and teachings and speeches and all of these things and precedents that were set as a baton that we pick up and we carry and we evolve beyond that. We don't just pick it up and practice it as if it's a religion. We have too many people in the movement who use certain terms as if it's from the Bible or as if it's from a religion. And as we know, like religion, that's just what it is. It doesn't change or evolve or anything. This is not that. Oh, and that's no diss to any religion, but this is not that. This is a movement that changes and evolves. Some of the things that could have worked 150 years ago can't work today. Some of the issues that didn't exist 150 years ago exist today. Okay, back when we were referring to ourselves as freedmen, we didn't have a problem with other people latching on to that term. We didn't have a distinction between, okay, now we need to filter out other non-white people who could possibly identify as freedmen as well too. We have that issue today. That is why we needed new terms to seal off the lineage to prevent anybody else from coming in. That's what the evolution is for and the new terms is for, you know, because you want to talk about freedmen, as Black Alpha was saying, it's a lot of cobwebs, it's a lot of loopholes, it's a lot of wiggle room. Just the fact that the word freedman, and there is absolutely no proof, no matter what anybody says, there is no proof whatsoever that it is exclusive to Black people. Now, even if it was exclusive, then this is very, very important. Even if it was exclusive to Black people at that time, that was just because it was implied. That's not because that was the rule of the term. So moving that forward in today's time, since there is no seal that freedman is only Black, that does legally allow people to come in and say, well, hey, technically I can be a freedman as well too. I'm a descendant of a freedman. Now I'm white, but the term freedman doesn't say I can't be white. That is the problem. That is why we need newer terms, because we understand that the movement has evolved past that. So we don't have to, it's easier for everybody who wants to use it. I understand, but it's easier to set yourself up and prevent problems than it would be to go in the past and try to fix problems. And with that, I'll land.
Facts. Brother Jojo.
Hey, peace, man. Peace. My lady just walked in and found a Valentine's Day gift. Look here, man. Check this out. I just want to ask the family, man. When we started this, push as far as lineage-based reparations, when did we decide to change our name? I just want to know. I want to know who decided to change our name. When we came together as a collective, why did we approve of these people to change our name after finding out that, our name was about to be changed? The OMB is the Office of Management and Business. That's the place where you get your application. That's the place that recognize your ethnic group. That's the place when you fill out, for the, like, some bank stuff. You know what I mean? Like it that's how they're gonna do the census. What kills this whole conversation, and I want y'all to really follow what I'm saying. When they say you can't go to the federal level on race-based issues, right? And they say that the Supreme Court will shut it down because you can't put another group over another. Well, why are these people trying to make American freedmen our ethnic group? I'm not making something up. To the people who are fairly new here that don't know what's going on. They are trying to change our whole ethnic group. I'm talking about from your children, your babies, your granddaddy, your uncle, your mom. They're attempting to change that into American freedmen, which is colorless, as your ethnic group. Now, mind you, when we understand where the term freedman was introduced, because we did not start calling ourselves freedmen. I don't know what this brother is talking about. The bill that was introduced by the president during that time was called an act to establish relief for refugees, freedmen, and abandoned lands. This was the first model of a lift all program. This was the first a bill that was put in place to benefit multiple groups. The refugees and the freedmen were the groups that were supposed to benefit from this. Who were refugees? Poor white people. Now, mind you, these are groups. So when they say American freedmen, follow me, y'all. Y'all got to follow me. When they say American freedmen could be our lineage, can a refugee be a lineage too? There's a problem, because the 14th Amendment says you can't put one group above another. The bill was established to help poor whites, freedmen, and abandoned lands after the Civil War. So if we go up there talking about reparations on the federal level as American freedmen, the refugees, all they got to do is find their descendants, challenge our claim, or the court would do it. The court would say, we got descendants of refugees. You can't You can't be over them. Matter of fact, we'll put something all in place for all y'all then. And there go your Lift All program one more time. So we already know by legal standing that refugee is an actual legal status of a protected class. That freedman stuff, it was only a term that was used at the time to identify us from being emancipated as a slave, because freedman actually has its roots in Rome. Look in the Jumbotron. So I don't know no black slaves that came from Rome knowing about freedmen. I don't know no black people that were putting stuff in legislation during that time. We can't talk like this was goddamn 1995. Man, this was 1865. There wasn't a nigga in sight in the White House. And if it was, he was shoe shuffling, buck toothing, and buck-eyed. See, one thing about understanding white supremacy, you got to understand how it works. We got to always remember, like our brother Nearly Fuller tells us, they'll put people in our way to shadow box against us. This is a total distraction. We haven't even reached the freaking federal level yet, but these people need our momentum to get other things to get in the way of our direct cash payments. California, I think it's a wrap for them. I ain't gonna even lie, because they done infiltrated that thing from the top to the bottom. And we need to pay attention to this. We need to stay on code with what we said we were gonna be. This is lineage first, man. All about our lineage. Because the same thing, if he's saying that we can't use race in the situation or whatnot like that, but then how you gonna turn our ethnic group into American freedmen, bro? We the only people that have been identified as Black American with a Black identity. Our culture, our language, our music, our arts, our inventions, our contributions, our ancestors. I can look on the census, and everybody in the census that I pull up says Black. I don't see nothing about no goddamn freedmen, man. My people are not colorless. My people were not killed for being colorless. My people were not put on plantations for being colorless. Because if that was the case, you wouldn't be able to see them. So let's keep it real, man. You know, we can try to talk about policy and all that stuff. We don't uplift people like W.E. Du Bois up in these spaces. You ain't talking about people like Khalid Abdul Muhammad, Geronimo Pratt, Stokely Carmichael, James Smalls, Nat Turner. Them the type of people we rock with over here. We don't uplift Boulay, because that's not a talking point that is attractive to me. That's an insult. I'm not finna be upholding no coons, man. And that's not a shot at you. That's just a shot at what the people that you put in front of us as far as we need to praise. Hell no, we don't praise no coons. I land my plane, man.
Shout out to you, Brother Jojo. I just want to piggyback something you said real quick about the race-based thing. Now, with that, understand, Joe Biden is trying to push Latinos as change their designation from an ethnicity to a race. So that is something that's going on while Ketanji Brown Jackson is going before the Supreme Court, arguing that the things in the 14th Amendment, to which we say we cannot get race-based, she's now arguing that you can do race-based policies. And that is at the Supreme Court level, with a Supreme Court justice pushing it through. Family, when I'm telling you that you were fighting the devil here for reparations. So you have to understand what we are up against. You're up against a situation in as far as W.E.B. Du Bois. You know, that's just a mannequin and a puppet for white supremacy himself to talk to black folks, because black folks wouldn't have believed just a general white man saying that. So, of course, that has to come out of a Boule member's mouth. But that's what we always talk about, gatekeepers. We've always been able to identify the gatekeepers. We have the Ketanji Brown Jackson. Now, after lineage-based reparations get settled in California, all of a sudden, Ketanji Brown Jackson is arguing race-based 14th Amendment application. You are in a full-blown war. And then with this OBM thing, That right there in itself, with whoever took that before then people to start implementing that, which I of course have my suspicions. Understand, all of this is the opposition from the system of white supremacy. It's that boule-back BS, and it's showing itself as what it always was. So most definitely understand. I am not a supporter of any boule promotion. WBEB Du Bois, not my cup of tea. So with that being said, we are addressing right now the over asking of a very clear message. The very clear message is we are present, and this is our lineage. Foundational Black Americans. We foundationally built the country. We're Black. We're not invisible. And America wouldn't be America without us. That much is simple. Let's just deal from that point on, if that could be the case. Black Alpha, you want to chime in before we continue?
Absolutely. And I got a question for you, family. And I'm going to say this to everybody, but I want you to answer this for me, Zilla. And this pretty much clears up what we're talking about. When was the term freedman created, brother?
Post-slavery.
Okay. When was the country built? What year? What year did America start? What's the birth year of the United States of America?
Pre-post-slavery, 1776.
Okay, so when we go from 1776 to 1865, that's roughly 100 years. So what happened to the Black people who were slaves during that time? Are they freedmen? There's a movie that's about to come out by our brother Tariq Nasheed, salute to him, called Maroon. It's right down here where I'm at in Southeast Georgia and Florida. And those folks was not slaves. They was not slaves, okay? Let's get this straight. They was out here whooping the supremacist ass. And they don't classify as freedmen. They wouldn't, because they weren't slaves. So what happens to them? Oh, I'll tell you what that does. That erases the very fact that people were here in this country and they weren't Kuta Kinte. They weren't in here on shackles. They wasn't some Tobies running around here. So that right there is the biggest massive hole in the term freedman. Everything else is secondary. The very fact that you're going to have millions of Black people who were here foundationally building the country before 1776 and before 1865, and they were the indigenous people of the United States of America. As a matter of fact, they are the United States of America before there was the United States of America. When you speak of the term freedman, you're starting basically at 1865 and forward, and you're completely erasing 1865 and back. And everybody knows historically and scientifically, foundational Black, BLACK people were here thousands of years. So if you remove thousands of years and millions of Black folks, what do you have? You have nothing. And if you go by a term that gave us nothing, you're left with nothing. And we ain't about nothing, we about something. And that something is foundational Black Americans. And I rest my case.
Major facts, brother. Before we go to Afro, go ahead, Actify. You can go ahead and respond.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. W.E.B. Du Bois, that was just a point of order, right? It was just a point of, he's a historian. This is what he said. That's what that is about. Additionally, the term freedman, as far as what I've seen from the public and open OMB submissions, freedman is already under the Black classification, right? So it's an ethnicity based under the Black classification. So Black is already included. That's the second point. And the third point is, according to I forget what bill it was, but everyone heretofore considered a slave in the United States is considered a freedman for the purposes of the Freedmen's Act, right? And freedmen and refugee were two separate statuses. Even though they were sharing the same facility, they were two separate statuses. Now, I hear you, but I hear you on the indigenous thing. But a lot of the Seminoles were escaped African slaves, and that is also a truth, right? So I see what this is. This is, you're making sure to include the indigenous folks that may or may not have been slaves. I get it. So we are in totally different spaces. I appreciate y'all time, and have a great day.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. Another thing not to miss, though, is with the reclassification, it also it'll also erase 6 losses by the U.S. Army when this country tried to go up against these Black folks. So it'll diminish those losses by a few, not all, but a few. So yeah, you got to understand. You like, especially just think about Andrew Jackson, the what they call him now, the Indian killer. Yeah, those Indians he was fighting was black. So just think of what his name was. Andrew Jackson, dude on your $20 bill. He was known as the End Killer.
Jacksonville, Florida is named after him.
Thank you. I mean, so man, we have to understand when we're using terminologies that these individuals that fed our children to alligators, we're trying to get up under their designation of what we call ourselves. I think that's kind of in the wrong lane of thinking. And for me, it's like if you're going to break away that whole situation mentally, don't you think defining yourself for once and owning your own identity for once would be the most liberating thing for you to do and have recognized by the government that's wronged your ancestors for so long? Doesn't that give you some sense of pride? They are no longer what they say you are. It makes sense to me. I don't know, family. Let me know. Brother Afro Elite, go ahead, brother. You got it. Oh, Afro, are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just putting that video that me and Black Alpha had did in the Jumbotron. So if anybody has not seen that one, you guys can go look up in the. I don't see it in the Jumbotron. I don't know. Should be up. I'm gonna just retweet it then. Yeah, let me just retweet that then. So y'all can just look on my page. To
It's
me,
up,
it's
bro.
not up in the
Yeah, it's up.
Jumbotron.
It's up there.
Oh, it is? Okay. All right. Well, I guess my app is tripping. But what I wanted to say is that we know for a fact, foundational Black American, there's only one group of people in the world that can say that they're a foundational Black American or that they are a descendant of a foundational Black American. Now, throughout a lot of mixed race breeding and things like that that happened since the end of slavery, there are a lot of non-Black people that have freedman ties. There are a lot of non-Black people who have a great grandmother or something like that is a freedman. Okay, so they are to a degree a descendant of a freedman. So can we say you are not a freedman because you're not Black? That's why I'm saying things we have to understand the proper terms and have to modify things in order to prevent problems. Because we can easily say, even if you might be you might have a great great grandmother that is a FBA, that doesn't make you an FBA. But if you have a great great grandmother that's a freedman, you can make the argument that you're a freedman. And there's nothing to stop a white person from saying, I'm a descendant of a freedman, so I'm owed reparations too. Because the word Black is not there. As Jojo was saying, it's a colorless term. Now, it worked back in the 1860s. It worked back during that time because it was already implied for who that belongs to. It's not going to work now because you're going to have a lot of non-Black people who is going to say, well, technically, I'm a descendant of a freedman, so why can't I get reparations? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have that barrier. And with that being said, the reparations is just going to either we're not going to get it because it's going to be too loose, or everybody's going to get it. Either way, it won't help. That's why you need something that's more solid. I'm not saying the people during that time, they weren't thinking ahead, but at that time, you have to think it was only Black people and white people in the country. And the white people were trying to stay as far away from all Black people as possible. They were trying to say that they have no ties to anything Black at all. White folks of today don't operate that way. So they won't have any problem saying that they have ties to freedmen, so therefore they have a claim to reparations. So we have to think about it. What is a term between freedmen and FBA that we could use to gatekeep everybody who would want to claim our reparations? And the only term, and me and Black Alpha broke this down, the only term that fits properly is foundational Black American. And I land there.
I absolutely have to agree, my brother. Did you want to chime in on that, Alpha, before we get to JoJo?
Oh, no, we can keep it moving, family.
All right, brother JoJo, you got it.
Hey, say fam. So what's so important for us to understand is that a lot of these people that have these freedmen talking points, they're going by, they say this is policy. But the thing is, when you submit that back to the same government, you know that government is going to revise that policy. They don't have to accept that. They act like they're just so guaranteed on the fact that they're going to accept it. You know, like they're going to what you call it when you give them something back, and you know they're supposed to acknowledge it or something like that. They supposed like they're just going to act on that. That's crazy, man. I said, man, they don't understand white supremacy, how it works and what it is. They don't know what that, man. Come on, man. Like, how you gonna come at me and tell me about some old policies, about something that failed, and then you all vibrant and you use talking points and cherry pick and use different things, talk around in circles, and you make it make all sense. But when I go to the root cause of the issue, and the issue is, why are you guys trying to get in the way of our reparations, man? Nobody asked you. I didn't appoint none of them. None of them. When they was pushing for reparations, when we pushing on reparations on the ground, I thought it was lineage based. Foundation of Black America or Black American, right? With the designation to the descendants of chattel slavery. This change up just came recently, man. And I don't know if I don't know if my people been on a spell. Go back through your tweets. You'll see when you changed up. If you start retweeting Freedmen about 2-3 months ago, that's when the change up took place. They have already undertook you. They've used their people to get up under your skin and smile in your face and act like they're cool, but they've been using our people. They've been pulling momentum off of the FBA energy. That's how they've been rolling. They have been pulling off of our FBA energy. They have been sucking our blood, and we have been openly letting them. And the thing is, nobody's pushing back on it. You got some FBA pushing back on me about it. Like, I'm looking at them, I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? I thought we were identifying ourselves. I thought that was the whole point of self-identifying. People talking about they listen to Dr. Claude Anderson. That's one of the main things he talked about, self-identifying. And then you got to watch out for these freedmen too, because they're going to use talking points like heretofore and all that stuff. We ain't even worrying about all that, man. It can be heretofore or whatever, but when it gets to the United States government, they can change and modify it, because they are the ones that abolished the Freedmen Bank Bureau. They abolished it, guys. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? They abolished it. So all this stuff about, bringing something back that was old, that means you got to give, if you bring something back that was old, you need to give me time to look through what you're bringing back. You need to give me time to look at what, because if it's that old, that means it's so much stuff on top of that. What happened between the 1920s? Why didn't none of my family were using freedmen then? What happened to the 1910s, the 1900s? I got over 10,000 relatives in my ancestry tree that I can actually pull. I got access to. I don't see shit about them talking about they freedmen. Yeah, they might have a few bank and bureau documents, but as far as them being described and some of their endeavors and their stories, it didn't say nothing about freedmen, man. And we're falling for the banana in the tailpipe because these people are so persuasive. But if you think about it, they do not uphold our master scholars. They do not uphold our master scholars, man. I ain't heard now one of them talk about Neely Fuller Jr. I ain't heard now one of them talk about Dr. Francis Quest Wilson. Hell, I heard one of them say they ain't even out to fight white supremacy. They just trying to get reparations for their people. I don't know the fuck they talking about. Man, we out here trying to do everything constructive to produce justice and replace this system of white supremacy. So that's what the code is. The code is logic. You know, so I don't know what these people coming in with these sideways talking points. They don't sound like us. They sound like they're reading out a book. They talk about special field order. Just y'all heard it. They talk about special field order 15, which is only about 3 states. You got Georgia, the coast of South Carolina, and you got Florida. They talk about stuff like that. Special Order 15 wasn't for everybody. Then on top of that, Special Order 15, when it reached the United States level, shoot, they was like renting land back. They was renting the land. They was selling the land. They wasn't giving away 40 acres in a fucking mule. The hell are they talking about? No, they were not. If you still believe they were giving away 40 acres in a mule, I need you to stop what you're doing when you get off of this space with us and go look up what the Freedmen's Bureau bill. Because it's like 20 of them. It's like 20 of them. It ain't just 2. The Freedmen's Bank Bureau came after the original bill that was put in place. And then you got sub bills that came behind it. They was always modifying and updating it. Follow it. So they want somebody to follow the history. I seen the history. The history is crooked off the rip. It put people in place to mismanage funds and take from our people and give it to the white people. That's what it was about. It was a lift-all program to lift everybody up but my folks. How the hell I'm going back to a term when they robbed the motherfucking bank, man? They took what? 60 billion, 58 billion, something like that? Come on, man. Million, not billion, million. That's a lot of money back then, boy. Hell no. Like 60 something. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, these folks, they gonna come with the same talking points. Y'all hear them in the spaces. But get what? We got to be able to hit them with everything but the truth. I mean, and the truth, I mean, not but the truth. We got to hit them with everything with the truth. You know what I'm saying? Because they going to use the same talking points. They going to still talk about policies that was in place and it was the only one recognized and blah, 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 blah. Man, my thing is this, man. If it was working so dang on good, why didn't we use it then? And why y'all bringing it back now? And why y'all let the OMB trying to change everybody's ethnicity without our permission? That's the problem. That's what gave them way too. That right there. The bringing Gabe around us, talking about he cool, and then jumping ahead of the train doing the OMB thing. That was the major fuck right there. Because at the end of the day, I think you're trying to really destroy reparations. I think you're really trying to derail reparations. They want to talk about their scholars. They want to talk about their obstructions. No, they're clicked in with some people who got private donor money. You know, these Democratic shields. These people are funding these folks, man. And they coming in here, they done learned our talking points. They parroting to us. That dude that just got off of here don't sound nothing like us, man. He don't sound nothing like us. No, he does not. He sound like, you know, he don't sound like us, you know. So, you know, when it comes down to it, I've seen people jumping from back and forth on what they want to be and stuff like that. If you was FBA and you stood on self-identifying, what has broken you from not identifying yourself now? So since you're saying that they done got the momentum, which was off of us, off of our energy, those freedmen got momentum off our energy. You know that, right? We allow them in our spaces. We allow them on our platforms. We allow them at our rallies. We allow, you know, we're giving them energy. We're giving them momentum. We're giving them all that stuff. So, I just want people to thinking about that, man, because if you ain't did no research, if you ain't really did no research on what this is, then you really should, you know, do your own research. Don't let people parrot to you. Don't let people just talk at you, man. You know, I don't care what they're trying to come up here and justify and try to save face for this freedom stuff, man. It's out the bag, bro. FBA does not want you guys. Please stop trying to ride on our coattails. Do your own thing. If y'all believe that this thing gonna ride, then go do it. Stop trying to galvanize our people and confuse us. We already have foundational Black American as a codified term that we came up with, not something the government gave us, not something that is failed, not something that is pushed by people that are known as scammers, people that got known charges on them for cease and desist orders. No, We ain't got none of that going on with us, man. We're trying to get reparations for our family and our descendants. And that's what's real, man. All that stuff trying to change people up and stuff, no, it's not going to work. We don't want your energy no more. Please separate yourselves from us. Get off of my people back. Let my people go. We're foundational Black Americans. We're not freedmen. I land my plane.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And with that, we're gonna keep this moving. As we pretty much locked down that whole Freeman thing. And again, if y'all need to go check, it's in the Jumbotron to go catch Afro Elite and Black Alpha's video about going over all the different terminologies. I'm one in believing that we keeping it simple, and we already know we exist. So this is the lineage. If you need someone else to define what you are, to figure out that you need to be in this reparations conversation with at least understanding the basics, I don't know what to tell you. And, we ain't got time to waste and wait. But with that being said, we're going to continue moving on. One of the things I want to do is also address outside agendas that disrupt this conversation. We just heard about the language. Now, with the language, we got, a different question about what do we call ourselves? What do we not call ourselves? Then we also are having the outside agenda thing coming into this mix to disrupt the conversation, whether it be immigration, whether it be a gender war beef, whether it be LGBTQ, all of these different aspects to come in and disrupt our agenda, while of course we're still seeing billions upon billions going over to Ukraine. So also I want to start touching on that conversation as well. So with that, Miss, what's your name? Is Miss Eddings. Miss Eddings, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey family, shout out to Beatzilla, Black Alpha, Queen Alpha. Happy Valentine's Day. I wanted to talk about. So he said something. I'm sorry, Jojo. Jojo has said something that I agree with, and he said logic. So this is my question, or it's kind of two questions. So who was running the Freedmen's Bureau back in those days? That's question number one. And question number two is who would be running this Freedmen's Bureau today when all this stuff is passed, if it's passed? And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
I think the short answer, Boule.
Exactly. None of my people.
The shortest answer I can say is Boule. Divine, Divine, go ahead, brother or sister. Go ahead. You got to mute yourself.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
Yeah, what's good, family? Just wanted to give y'all honors as the host, or three of you. You guys have always allowed me to come speak and show respect. So I want to make sure I do the same thing. Just to answer Ms. Eddings' question, who controlled the bureau back then was left and right wing white supremacy. The former Confederates had a huge say in what was being done at the time, which is why you get a lot of the co-option and things of that nature, and why it even had to be opened up to the refugees at that time. So the next question, who would run it and operate if it did pass today? Us. And so that would hopefully be the biggest difference. And so kind of to what Afro Elite, he left, but I wish he was still on the stage, to what he said, which is absolutely correct, that there are white folks that can say, hey, I am the descendant of a freedman. But that is no different than any white folk that can say, yeah, I'm the descendant of an emancipated slave, or I'm the descendant of a black person that was enslaved. I'm just a descendant of a black person, or I have black people in my lineage. And so the concept that knows out the term is just not total. It's not all the way around. It's not tightened. And so, yes, the term foundational Black American, I agree, can lock out a lot of that stuff, because even though if you're a white person that says I have black people in my family, that doesn't make you a foundational Black American. But the reason why that term is tight, as well as I won't say Black Americans, that allows, actually there are some, you know, first, second generation immigrants that can say they're Black American. The bottom line is foundational Black American, the way the way it is built is a race-based term. So you can lock out anybody else that's not based on race. That doesn't have the same race. But with that, the flaw in that, and we're not saying that we approve this law or approve that this is the rules. Like, we know it's a trick bag. We know they threw it in to undermine us. But the bottom line is that any race-based term is not going to get reparations for our people because it's going to violate the 14th Amendment. And so is foundational Black American a term that could possibly be codified into law to be considered an ethnic group or a non-racial term? Yeah, but that is work that has to be done that is not yet done. And so I don't personally have an issue with the term foundational Black American. It's just at this time, it is not codified into law. It's a social term. And so what would have to happen in order for that to be used instead of any other term is that there would have to be some level of legislation passed with foundational Black American in it, defining it, and then that term could be used for all those that want to use it. Because I'm not, you know, there's been multiple things thrown around and accusations about other people that carry the freedman term. I'm a Black American that promotes the freedman ideology and term based on the history. So I want to make that very, very clear. But I have never, and you guys will never find me trying to reclassify anybody, force anybody to change their ethnicity, or even force anybody to take up this freedman status. I have never done that. I never will. As a Black American, I believe each and every one of y'all has the authority and autonomy to make whatever decision you please.
Just did, bro. You just did.
I just did what?
Did, homeboy. You just did.
How?
You just knocked the whole motherfucking revolution of FBA. You just knocked us. You just knocked us, nigga.
I said it's a race-based term that can't get reparations. That's not a knock. That's just the truth.
Knocked us.
That's not a knock. What are you
that's
talking
not
about?
a knock? Come on, man. You should have said, I embrace y'all, but you ain't have to go all the way the fuck over there. Come on, bro.
What are we? Wait, hold on. Reparations is a legislative battle. Like, without the tools, we're not gonna be able to get it. If a race-based term was okay, we could just use Black American. We could just use Black. We can't use those because they're gonna get thrown out. I'm not saying it's right or I'm not saying it's fair. That's just what it is, and we see that with what's going on with the farmers right now. The farmers can't get their money because in the bill they wrote Black. Like, there was nothing they could write.
That's not reparations, though. That's not reparations, bro.
No, that is true. That's not reparations, but it's
so you can't.
It's the same. It's gonna come under the same scrutiny.
Yeah,
it's gonna come under the same scrutiny.
Let me jump in here. Let me jump in here real quick.
Yeah, jump in, beat.
Because we're going back to the same conversation. Foundational Black American as a designation. If we say we are the United Tribes of Foundational Black Americans, that just gives us a name. We are the lineage that built this country. So no. Listen. See, because what we are too tied into is going back to what we know of them telling us we are. We are establishing this is our name, and you already have recognized our lineage. Now we're just going to put the ooh with the ah and put pen to pad and get things flowing. Y'all are making this way too complicated for absolutely no reason. We know who we are, but we already are dealing with the lineage. You guys keep jumping past that part to talking and gripe about designation and link. No. We're here, bruh. We're bodies on this soil. We can't keep getting away from that damn conversation.
No, that is the conversation. That's the only conversation that matters. What I'm saying is, so based on what you just said, the ooh to the ah, how do you put the ooh to the ah legislatively so that it passes? That's my question.
Okay, so just like I was just saying, if we have a designated already on file, we have a designation on file. What we now need to do is make a modern addendum to whatever that is, because the whole circumstances of what that was originally can now be, it's too open now. So it has to be more specific and singular if it's to be beneficial for us as a group.
Oh, but you said I came in and shit on it. No, I said the same thing you just said. If you can get that term or whatever, like I said, an ooh to the eye, we get it legislatively with some precedent and on paper, then that could be used. What I'm saying is, as of right now, it can't be because they're gonna say, "Oh, that's race based," and it automatically gets thrown out before we even get anywhere with it.
No, see, you still doing it again. No,
What? What?
you come
How?
to the table with it, brother.
Huh?
That's you come to the. Here's my point.
Yeah.
When you're walking in the door, you're not waiting for somebody for you to correct them on your name. You're gonna walk in the door and say, "This is who I am." What you keep describing is we're gonna walk in the door and then wait to define ourselves after that. No, we are setting the precedent now on who we are. Stop overplaying it, man.
Do you have to be classified as freedman to receive reparations in California that's currently going on right now?
Hell no.
Exactly. Y'all boys, my fault. I ain't want to jump
No,
in there.
there's no legislation, but there's no legislation defining who's going to get reparations yet. It's still a task force. That legislation hasn't been written.
They already have it defined.
Okay. Well, prime example. Okay. So in my city, in my state, we do have legislation that is written with a dollar amount on it. And guess who the designated people are? Black folk.
Where's that at?
That is in the state of Oregon, Senate Bill 619.
Senate
And
Bill 619.
you are designated there. No freedmen on there whatsoever. So I mean, there it is there. But let's go ahead and continue on.
Thank you for the time, brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Divine. Always go ahead and unmute yourself. All right. Always is not always ready. Always American. Are we there? Purposeful? All right. I guess not. Black Alpha, you want to chime in, brother?
Hey, I'm just enjoying the show, man. Let's keep it moving.
All right, Davey Jess, go ahead, brother. You got it.
Hey, yo, what's good, y'all? You know what I'm saying? I've been smoking on Freeman Pack for probably a few months now. You know what I'm saying? So I know what that gas be like. That shit be smoking, you feel me? This term, man, I ain't gonna cap, man. It opens up the front door, the back door, and all windows. You know what I'm saying? According to the research that a lot of good people have been doing. Shouts out to JoJo. Every time he pull up on something, you know what I'm saying? He jumping in my DM. And it be some of the same stuff that's on my computer that I'm looking at like, God damn, you know what I'm saying? And in order to, so there's a lot of different things going on right now. But I think the main one that's important is people are conflating eligibility to classification. And that is I'm going to say that. People are conflating reparations eligibility with Black American classification. That's incorrect. We already know who we are. We got different social terms. We pushing to identify yourself more. You know what I'm saying? That come with delineation. The term freedman is not necessary for reparations. Seeing that the term freedman is not necessary for reparations, what is it necessary for? To call it the Freedmen's Bureau alone would be doing disrespect to history, because it was always refugees, freedmen, and abandoned land. All right, so when you think about it, man, I ain't gonna get the name drop because I like to put addresses on certain things. You get what I'm saying? But certain people that have different ideologies that feel like nobody is Black, them getting money up under freedmen would be their best goddamn case to not call themselves Black. All right, so that's one thing we got. Then we got another group who started off talking about it was a political status, then elevated it to a legal status, and then trying to elevate it to an ethnic status. That's already problematic because you're mixing up the dope. I've heard from those individuals' mouths themselves. One of them who was in this space, she said, "We're just making it up as it go along." When I asked simple questions, they said, "We don't care. I got a degree in this. I got a degree in this, degree in this. I talked to this person. We're elitists. We don't give a fuck about what you say." And then that person who who obviously don't get along with the other person, he said himself in other ways, we are doing something that has no historic precedence, which is another fancy version by saying we're just making this shit up as we go along. And they're the ones stating, oh no, we're waiting to get some money right now so we can do X, Y, and Z. What are y'all getting money for to spread our ideology when it's really supposed to be getting money for reparations? Which one comes first, you goofy ass niggas? That is extremely problematic, and I won't go for it. If you look at my profile, that's where the majority of my family from. Some of my ancestors' names they're reading over and over when they read Special Field Order 15. My direct ancestors, and they're sitting there telling me what it means, or sitting there telling me what was going on. I know what was going on. It's in my lineage. And get it,
Where y'all find this
and
slow
the
ass?
crazy part about it is, a lot of these people, when you ask them about their lineage, they will block you. That is very concerning when it comes down to you speaking for reparations. And a lot of them are not of the lineage. A lot of them go to bed with white people at night and wake up just blackety blacker than a motherfucker. If we want to just keep it real.
This nigga done smoked the blunt and he tripping. Where y'all find this slow nigga?
So ad hominem, I can already tell what your relative position to the situation is. It matters none to me, sir. You're not coming to me with no scholarship. Don't talk to me.
Go ahead, Dave. You can continue, man. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Thank you
Or
very
were you
much,
done?
sir. As I said,
All right.
this is a situation where people are conflating reparations eligibility into classification. And if you go back and listen to one of Tyreek's broadcasts from, I think that was late October, he spoke about the 4 different type of niggas who are going to speak against reparations. And the very first one that he spoke about was these reclassification ass niggas. Don't get fooled. I land right there.
Shout out to you, brother Davey. And again, we all have different perspectives, different angles of addressing things, and that's the point of these spaces, to come hear these ideas so we can hash these out, because only iron sharpens iron. So shout out, brother Davey. Always, are you ready?
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. I could not unmute and I was trying. Okay. Shout out to the host, to the co-host, to the room. Just a few things. The push for reparations should have always been federal first, and everything else should have played out from there. It should have never been state by state by state. Everybody can understand, working in the government, or hell, you don't even have to work in the government, that it leaves room for interpretation in these states. So if they have jurisdiction over this state, something different can go on in that state. And they can say, hey, look, we're not going to do it state. We're going to do it by locality, right? And they can do whatever they want to, and it leaves us running here, running there with this date, and that date, instead of having one focal point date that we should. Now, with that being said, I think that there is a place for freedmen, right? There's a place for that. If they took whatever or however it went down and we're owed something in that, and whoever else, whether they are descendants or not or whatever, if they got a claim for that, we can do that as well. But I don't think that it should be attached to the reparations claim leading the forefront. Also, too, I ain't the smartest creature in the forest, as we all can tell, and I never claimed to be. But it's very odd and telling that this Freeman thing is leading the forefront, or trying to lead the forefront, in the state reparations claim for California. That's very odd and very telling, because I don't even think it was a Freeman Bank over there, and it probably was. But my thing is that why ain't, hold up, I ain't the smartest creature in the forest, but why didn't you guys take this back to the federal government and start pushing stuff for that only? Why attach yourself to the reparations claim? These are 2 different things, and it's very odd for them to do that and attach themselves to that like that. Now, don't get me wrong, because we can probably shake our tree and find some freemen up in there, right? And that term has a place, but not the place that I think it's going to take. And I think we're pushing back on that. We do need to see all paperwork, and I believe, and this is just me, I believe this is a way that in Cobra can sneak his way back in. This is a way that not only in Cobra, what's the other one? In Cobra, come on, guys, I know y'all. I'm all the way out, guys.
Narc.
Help me out.
Narc.
No, there it is, right there, right. So that let me know that hell, you got to remember, and I'm going to land. Just a couple of months ago, maybe last year, we had Kamala Harris and a Hispanic man talking about the Freedmen's Bank, if I'm not mistaken, and all this stuff. This lets me know that there's more people attached to freedmen than we think, even though I understand when they say, hey, this is the eligibility for it. You might be a freedman, but are you Black American freedmen attached to the slaves that were here? So I can understand them when they say that too as well, saying, hey, we ain't just talking about everybody. We're talking about this particular group. But that is something separate, and we do not want to merge the two in that type of way. These are both federal cases that we should be in the federal face, because it does not leave no hard room for interpretation, and we're going to hit it right on the head. All is one, all 50 states, and then we can go hit it state by state. But I think we're foolish because I work in the government, guys. I see, man, I'm shaking right now. When I went in there and saw, because I can see every part of the government, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Defense have a subgroup for Pacific Islanders, Asians, Hawaiians, specifically. And when I looked at that board, I said, look at this board real quick. Hold on. And I ain't the smartest creature in the forest. We all know that. And I ain't going to never claim to be, because I never want to be put in the forefront. I like to sit back in the back and watch shit happen. Now, hold on. I go through this stuff. And from the top, from the president to the people that just there on the committee, were all Asians, Pacific Islanders, Hawaiians. I didn't see a Black American on that bad boy. I didn't see a Peruvian on that bad boy. I didn't see a Nigerian on that bad boy. Something is going on, guys. And remember I told y'all, some of you guys know, I said, you know what, too? This is my journey to come here, where I'm at now. And I know it for a fact. For whatever it is what it is. I'm gonna jump on it and get up off of it. I'm going to handle this business correctly. I don't talk like this at work, guys. Y'all be like, well, you got a whole new verbiage, but you have to, in different settings. When I talk to my folks, I can talk to you guys like that, like this. But seeing this for what it is, guys, something's going on. Something is going on. And I think we know it for real. I think we need to quit playing, because everybody else is letting us do the stupid ass state. Now, let me scratch that. I'm not going to say stupid ass state shit, because there's a time and a place for that. But everybody's hitting the federal government up. And what's going to happen is this: once they hit the federal government up and we try to go to the federal government, finally, they're going to already be positioned to be on your boards like they are. They're going to already be positioned to say, hold on, let me see this paperwork. It leaves room for interpretation for the state. So what we're going to do is we're going to send it back to your state, because they didn't say checkmate. And I don't want to get too all rough and stuff, but guys, for real, seriously, we got to put all that emotional stuff, including myself. Even though I was shaking, yeah. Hold on. I'm talking about as a whole, right? To the side and really handle this hardcore business, because I'm seeing these people push. They have it, not even push. Ain't no more pushing no more, because they didn't took the stuff that was meant for Black Americans and used it for themselves and locked you out. I'm sitting right here, and I'm stopping right here after I'm done. I'm sitting right here watching three Bohemians, one Haitian, one Haitian. He said he was Haitian / Samoan, I think, Hawaiian or something. Sit at the table and start to talk to me. I'm in Alaska, guys. I ain't gonna tell you what part. And if I told you what part, you'd be like, that little spot. What? Hold on, they everywhere, right? And I respect them for doing whatever they have to do. They got to move like that. They gonna move the way they move. But I'm learning how to move. But anyway, I'm gonna take it back to that table I was sitting at. They brought me up. They brought up reparations in California. Yeah, I'm in Alaska in a little spot, not in the big. I was in the big spot at first, but I'm at the table, y'all. And I turned my head and I said, hey, I don't talk about my family business with everybody. That's something I take. I don't do that here at work. I do it at home. And they're used to us getting emotional, right? And they're used to us doing this type of stuff at work, and they're used to us talking too much. Because usually Esmeralda and everybody, oh, hi, smile, and just be looking. The whole time they pushing legislation while we are doing other. But as I end with this, he told me He told me the who we were. And I turned my head. He said, no, you ain't, he told the Haitian guy, because the Haitian guy told me, welcome to hell. I said, huh? I said, no, man, I don't receive that. What do you mean? And he played like he was me. And I said, hey, man, I know my people. You're not me. And he sat back and he looked. I said, oh, also, too, let me also say, Happy Black American History Month. And he looked. I said, look, sir, you're going to sit here and you're going to disrespect me spiritually like that, right? And I was so angry, but I was trying not to be emotional. And he put his hands up like, I apologize. My ancestors landed me here for a reason. And maybe it's to pull some information like, hey, cuz, hey, family, let me show you this. This is what everybody's eating off of. We talking about smoking packs, which I don't smoke. Shoot. It's some packs up here, shoot, that's out here ready for you because everybody else is taking it. They're on to this stuff. He told me who I was. He said, you're a Black American. Hey, man, you not them. Hey, what they mean is this. And I look, and this guy's supposed to be Haitian and, did he say Samoan or something? They do not like the fact that we're saying, hey, I respect you for being you, but you're not me. Somebody told me about, listen, y'all, I just, my face dropped. And I read the room. Spiritually, I swear on God, God, forgive me if I swear on you, Creator, that I knew what was up beforehand, though. I felt it. I felt when I walked in before anything else. I felt it. But again, guys, federal. And then we can hit them up statewide. But they understand that I got to get that hardcore. I got to get that stability, which is going to be federal. Then I'm going to hit them up state. Now, that's why LGBTQ is able to hit up every state. That's why immigration is able to hit up almost every state. Why? Because they went to the head. And we're playing around with this bottom tier shit that by the time we get to the head, they're there to tell us no. After they done rolled our coattail and we told them yes. And I'm going to end on that. I have way more to say, but I'm going to get up off of it because today's my day off and I need to refocus myself. And I'm learning how to have decorum, guys. I'm learning how to not be as emotional. And I'm going to shout out, I ain't going to say the name. Somebody got on me a long time ago on this app and told me, he said, man, look, quit telling all your business, which he was right. Some things I kind of I was mad about and didn't like, but a lot of the game that I was laced with, I can appreciate. So shout out to the family. Thank you.
You got it, brother?
Yeah, I'll take it from here, family. Hey, good point, sister. And yes, don't be telling your business, everybody. They don't need to know that. Divine, it's on you.
Good looking out. Yeah. I'll say this and then go because I already spoke once. And again, thank y'all for the space, a respectful space. But to the sister's point, I wanted to say that she is correct that the push should be federal. But Black Americans that are promoted that Freeman ideology have already worked the federal level and are working it currently. You know what I'm saying? We are the ones that push back against HR 40. And there is actually legislation that is in opposition to that's being pushed on the federal level. But she is correct about that. But the one thing I would say, because she used the LGBT at the end, what happened though is when that happened especially for same-sex marriages and things like that, they pushed that in California first and then used the momentum from that to hit the federal level, with which, like she said, they can go state to state now. So there is precedence for doing something locally to put pressure on the federal government when they're not hearing you outright or trying to ignore you. So there is precedence for that as well. And just for the record, because I made sure to look it up. And Beatzilla, you are correct. There is a SB 619 that doesn't have any any of the, I guess, the status or anything like that. And it literally just says Black Oregonians, but it did not pass. So I'm not going to say it didn't pass because it's race-based, but we would have to look and see the votes. But just as it stands right now, even though it's written in that way, it did not pass. And so that's that. And lastly, I would say to the sister, because she said that using the status or doing other things could possibly open the door for Narcan and Cobra. So we already know they're trying to get in. They are sabotaging local reparations and trying to sabotage the federal reparations as we speak. But the freedman status would not be the way that they do it. If you look at everywhere that they're doing it, they are doing it through race-based terms. And so I just want to make sure that's said as well. Like if they are able to co-opt it on any level, it will be race-based because they believe that everybody black or everybody with melanin, regardless of where you come from, deserves reparations. So that's race-based. That's not status-based. But that's about it. That's all I got. Again, thank you, Beatzilla. Thank you, Black Alpha and Queen Alpha, for the space. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one. Keep doing the work.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. And family, real quick, if you could do us a big favor, if you could go to YouTube real quick and go over to my channel, beatzillapdx official, and go subscribe. Go subscribe right now. And right after you do that, go ahead to my brother Black Alpha Network's channel and hit the subscribe button. And make sure that you stay tuned for his broadcast coming later with our brother Afro Elite. So also make sure you jump over there, subscribe to our brother Afro Elite, also our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, and of course Kid Gravity. Shout out to you, brother. So with that being said, I know we have gotten a lot into the designation conversation, and it's so interesting how wide that is. But again, also when dealing with one group, that's one group with many definitions or many titles, I guess you could say. But truth be told, one family. So, for me, I always like to keep things simple like that. But also understand when we have a system such as we do of white supremacy, they will employ every tactic to maintain our oppression. So that's why I always want to identify the language of opposition. One of the things that we have learned today is just the language of confusion and throwing those confusing terms out. That's why I think one thing that is very important for us to do is get back into simplicity. And again, the videos in the Jumbotron from Brother Afro Elite and my brother Black Alpha going through all of the different terminologies and breaking them down, basically doing a terminology bracket, if you will, which actually, might have something there, brother. Because truth be told, when you whittle it down, it's like this is the reason for it, and it makes it so simple and plain, cut and dry. And I think we get caught up on wanting to be a little over analytical. Man, let's get this check, family, and let's get it the best way we can, and let's get this protection. Something I'm not sure if I've ever heard out of the Freedmen space, because I don't really frequent them a lot. But I'm not sure if they're speaking of a anti-black hate crime bill like we have been doing. I'm not sure if that's the case, but I would wonder why that is not happening, considering we're trying to go for changing our designation. And you got Joe Biden going out of his way with no past legislation whatsoever other than ethnicity. Now he's going out of his way to change Latino and Hispanic into a race. And I don't even know if they asked for it, but that's just the strategy against us. So pay attention to stuff like that, family. Don't put roadblocks in your way that even immigrants don't have. Don't do that to yourselves, and most definitely don't do that to us. Afro Elite, it's on you, my brother.
Peace, family. Hey, can y'all hear me? Because I'm driving right now.
Oh, yeah, you good, brother.
Okay. I know I had to dip out, and it seemed very sudden, but I had an important phone call. But I wanted to come up because I heard a brother say, I'm not sure exactly who it was, I think it was Brother Divine, and he was talking about race-based initiatives and policies and things like that. This is why it's very important for us to have a clear-cut, crystal-clear understanding of everything. Our reparations movement is not racially based, it's lineage-based, and it's very, very important for us to home in on that one single term, word, is the lineage. If we go, if we know the history when the Japanese got their reparations in 1988 because of their ancestors who were put in internment camps, That's pretty much the same precedent that we're using there. Their ancestors were aggrieved by the United States government because the United States government allowed that to happen, and their descendants, their lineage stemming from that point, the lineage of people from the people who were harmed in the internment camps, they received reparations. It wasn't a racial thing. All Japanese people didn't get reparations. It wasn't a thing. It wasn't a status thing. We too often get that confused where we have to change our status. It doesn't matter what you identify as. All that matters is if your lineage ties you to the people who are owed those reparations in the first place. That's where we get all of this stuff mixed up, because we're trying to, as you said, Beatzilla, we're over analyzing things, and we're trying to a degree, fix problems that don't exist. You know what I'm saying? It's really not complicated. When the Japanese were trying to get their reparations, they knew that they needed to home in on the lineage of the people who were harmed in the internment camps, who were put in the internment camps. We need to home in on the lineage of the descendants of slaves, because that's who we are. Okay, all of this identification, that your identification does not change your lineage. Okay, what you call yourself doesn't change your lineage. All of these things don't change that. Homing in on the lineage. So what is the most absolute term that homes in on the very specific lineage of people who are the foundation of the United States of America? And that is foundational Black American. Now, that's not a diss to anybody in particular, but we're going to have to stop trying to make everybody super comfortable. There are differences of opinion, and we can work with people who have differences of opinion, but what we need to do, quite frankly, because we're too close to reparations, we can't bend and shape everything to suit everybody. That's just not going to work. We have other people who prefer different terms. I understand that and I respect that. But we just have terms that are just more logical. If you prefer a term for whatever reason, but the foundational Black American term is just more suitable, then your preference is going to have to take a back seat to the term that is more logical, because we have to understand this is not about what you think. This is not about what you feel. This is about what logically is the best term for the lineage, not the status, not the identification, not anything else. You know what I'm saying? So we have to kind of get out of trying to be over analytical or trying to find some type of cheat code to reparations, because I think that's what a lot of people are attempting to do. A lot of people are attempting to see if they can find a cheat code or a shortcut to reparation, and that does not exist, because we are fighting white supremacy, which does not allow that to exist. And with that, I'll land.
You know, real quick, I want to piggyback on something that you kind of touched on. I don't think people want to be the next that person. They don't want to be the next them people. You know what I'm saying? Like, notice how everybody looks to Neely Fuller. We're looking to the past, but family, they had to be the first. We are that next wave with the baton. So when people come in the future talking about powerful Black voices, who do you think they're going to be talking about? They unless they can get them recordings of some of our elders. Family, this is it. You are it. So everybody in this room, everybody with a platform, everybody with a voice that's on code, this is your time. We are changing the world real time. There is no one else doing this. And truth be told, this is one of the movements, first and foremost, has no major corporation backing it. And still yet you see folks coming to the forefront for Black folk. I don't think there's been a time like this in America. Not like this. So family, seize the moment and just make sure that you don't give your power up to saying, well, how do we best get back under this system? Let's go use the most convenient term that makes it easy for us. No, no, no. We are setting a mark. So we ain't going to just set plant our whole flag, build our house just to have an outsider name it. No, we something new. Call us what it is, but you already know what the lineage is and has done. Cut the check. You want to chime in on that, my brother? Black Alpha, are you there, brother? Uh-oh, he might have stepped away. But so we'll go ahead and get to the hands, man. JoJo and then our brother Eastsiders. Go ahead, JoJo. What's on you, my brother?
Hey, B, I just wanted to kind of like close that corner for you. As far as when you said, do they have like a anti-black hate crime bill? Remember, these people are trying to erase our blackness, so they don't refer to it as hate crime. They call it a genocide. And they try to use that as one of the words in their claim. Yeah, so they got their little their I's dotted and their T's crossed when it comes to talking to us about things that are important to us. But when you break it all the way down, when we get into this legalese, when we get all the way down to the root nature of everything, it's more of them trying to co-opt us and jump ahead of us and debo our reparations claim off of the energy of our people. Like they can't explain why they jumped in, they flooded the OMB like that. I don't know. They can't explain it. So to the people that are new to the room, it's in the Jumbotron, the Officers Management of Business. They're out to reclassify you. They're about to. They gave us 2 terms to decide from. That was ADOS and American Freedmen. All right, erasing our total blackness altogether. The Black history will be changed. All of that's gonna be changed. So let's make sure we get in and we put our voices forward. I know a lot of people are attracted to personalities. They got fun for some of those people that call themselves freedmen, but it's off code. It goes against logic. We don't highlight people like W.E. Du Bois, who was Boule. We don't bring white people around us and fend for them. We don't do that. That's against the code. That's against logic. I don't go against the teachers Nearly Fuller. I don't go against the master's teachers. I don't go against them. They never were incorrect, and they never have let me down. So I don't care how much someone has galvanized the energy of the FBA movement. I don't care how much influence or how much they sound like they own code. When they come with this Freedman stuff and they're trying to get us to remove ourselves, something that we said we were going to stand on, something that our brother Tariq has been pushing, something that we've been putting our money behind, you're not going to change that around. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And we got to stand on that. And we got to get these folks out of paint with that. There's too many holes in their conversation, into their argument. We're not trying to have them change us up. This stuff hasn't even reached the federal level, but yeah, they're trying to get ready. They're trying to get ready because they got the energy of our people. They got the energy of you guys. They're using our energy. They're not deep like that. I don't see nobody talking about some damn they are freedmen out here in the streets. The hell? Got me fucked up. So we ain't gonna be doing that, man. We ain't gonna be playing these mind games, Jedi hand tricks, acting like you're smarter than everybody else. We smart too. Yes. And y'all been broken down. Go to my page. I broke their ass all the way down, man. Come on, if you tie it back to the ethnic group, the ethnic identity, if you're trying to change our classification in OMB to an ethnic group, then there was a bill that was included that were refugees a part of it. And you have to bring that back too, because if that's the case, if freedmen is a lineage, then refugees is a lineage too, because that's an official status and class. You take that to the 14th Amendment, and guess what? Those people will get ready to challenge that because they were included in the first initial bill that was provided to help multiple groups. So we are, man, that's the thing, bro. So at the end of the day, we got to stay on code. Don't let these folks dissuade you. Don't let them dissuade you. I'm telling you, because they coming with the provocative talk. I'm cutting down the middle, man. I ain't about the personalities. I'm about the truth. Peace.
Shout out my brother JoJo. I always appreciate your passion and your research, my brother. Your research is a beast. So thank you for your service to the grassroots, my brother. I appreciate you. Black Alpha, are you back in there? We had some technical difficulties for a second.
Yeah, can you hear me, brother?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
Yes, indeed. As we go through this situation, I want to, add on to what you were speaking of earlier, brother, before I drop down about this being the era and this being the time. I got a show tonight with my brother Afro Elite. Y'all make sure y'all tap in. And we talk about being the vanguards. We talk about being on the front line and, handling things as people, as a collective unit, and making sure things go down in proper fashion. That's what we all do. And everybody can be a vanguard. It ain't one, it ain't two. It's the whole collective unit. And that goes back to the point that you were making, brother, about all of us standing together at the end of the day. You feel me? But I do want to say this. When you speak of the term foundational Black American, I haven't heard anybody that's been able to remix that. So let's put this on the table and let's make this very, 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 very clear. Foundational Black American is not a remixable term. Anybody can come up with arguments, but they're always straw man arguments. The things that make no sense. It's people just babbling. A lot of these other terms can be remixed. I'm talking about you get the hip hop remix, the R&B soul remix, the reggae remix. You get the goddamn Afro beats remix, but you can't ever remix FBA because it's crystal clear and it's to the point and it's definitive. And that's what we're all going for. So no matter what terms other people use and they choose to use, that's on them. But FBA, you cannot put a dent in that term. That's why it is powerful. That's why a lot of this momentum has been based upon what the FBA terminology has pushed forth. And that's why we are pushing forth to it on a higher level. So people can use terms socially, they can use them politically, they can use them structurally. But foundational Black American is the one term that has been organically created by us in the Black grassroots, representing this time, this era, this day, this moment, and this second. And you cannot remix it no matter how hard you try. It's going to be here, it's going to persevere, and it's going to strive. So that point right there has to be made no matter what. FBA all day. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we'll go ahead and keep it rolling. We got our brother Eastsiders, then our brother Marcel. Go ahead, Eastsiders. And Sir Reggie, if you want to go ahead and talk, go ahead, raise your hand, brother. Go ahead, Eastsiders, you got it.
I appreciate that. Peace to the room, family. Hey man, all this got me thinking. Like, I mentioned the LGBT, or what our brother Tony Rain called the Academy. They got one banner, and that's LGBT. The alphabet group, the Academy group. They got all those letters, but it's representing one banner. But when you break it down, they pronouns, non-binary. Cis, this and that. And they got all these different names, but at the end of the day, they getting tangibles under one banner. And what we need to do, and what we already going on is designating ourselves as to who we are for our identity. We can go with the mumble jumble, it ain't gonna help us. We can go with the plebiscite talk, that ain't gonna help us. I done did everything I could. I actually did a conference call last night, with some Moors and everything. And I'm listening to all the legalese. And I'm saying, you talking about a country who has disrupted sovereignty all over the planet. Anybody in this room who have been in the military, who have served war, already know firsthand what that's like. You occupy a territory, you're violating sovereignty. Now, you think all of a sudden that's going to change because we decided to do status correction? You think that's going to change because we decided to change our name, to whatever tribe our ancestors came from, whether it's Cherokee, Blackfoot, Seminole, any of that? That's not going to work with if these people don't want it to. We have to put foot to ass to them to make them, like the big three say, power is not given, it is taken. And that's just what we're going to have to do. I'll land there.
No, that's real talk, brother. Something else, that you just mentioned, I look at it like this. All of these different Asian groups, like I said before, they all we're all Asian. The Latino groups, when they going to get Hispanic and Latinx and all of that, shoot, there's like 75 groups over there coming together to come get a check. But they're getting a check for a common goal. For some reason, so that's my other thinking here. Why do we have to all be under this banner of, well, this is what we call ourselves to get reparations? No, you know what the hell we're doing. And that's why I like to keep everything on the lineage conversation, because it doesn't muddy the waters. Designation can happen from group to group. Names can change from group to group. Lineages will never change. And the foundation building of America is history and the blood and bones are in this soil. That will never change. And that is what our reparations is based off of solely. So we'll get to the next hand. Brother Marcel Dixon in the house. Go ahead, brother, and then we'll go to Rose City. Go ahead, brother Marcel. You got it.
Oh, hey everyone, hello Beatzilla, hello to Alphas. Yeah, I want to say something. And Beatzilla, you actually went to where I wanted to go. You mentioned Asians. I want to mention another group that we don't give a lot of attention: Native Americans. Now, Native American is a racial group, right? But there has never been any legislation just for a quote unquote Native American flag. They get it based on their tribal affiliation. So if we, like I've been trying to tell people, unfortunately, Black immigrants have been allowed to identify as Black American for so long. We should have been delineating, our grandparents at least should have been delineating when the Black immigrants started getting over here and say, wait, you might be Black, but you ain't no Black American. Check Jamaican American on that box. But that's not what happened. So the danger is if we just start identifying as Black without having an ethnic identifier, then without making sure that we send a clear message that we are a group that holds on to a special status, what's going to happen is what we already see happening. There's some video of some girl who goes to Harvard, oh, not Harvard, Howard, and she's talking about how she's tired of a casa food, and her mother or whomever is making fufu and some type of stew. Looks like it's something from Nigeria, and but yet she's wearing a Howard T-shirt, going to a Howard, which is an HBCU, while at the same time disrespecting us and act like if her culture is superior to ours. We've seen many examples of that. That girl is able to do those things because she identifies as just quote unquote Black. We have to make sure that people know you can be Black, but you're not a Black American. The only Black Americans in this country are those of us who do have the status as freedmen. And I want to respond to something that was said. Because there's a lot of lies that are put out there. And I had a conversation with Kiana, and Kiana and I definitely aren't seen eye to eye on the Freeman thing, but we both agreed that whatever terminology is used, as long as it specifies that reparations is due to Black descendants of American slaves, I'm really just not going to lose any sleep. But the reason, as I've explained, y'all know where I stand already, I'm going to explain it again, why I am going with the ethnic designation of American freemen. And really the reason why the OMB, who heard presentations from many, many different people, I've heard several, and a lot of people were going up there wanting to call us African American, wanting to call us Americans in Africa and all this other stuff. The reason why the OMB, the committee on OMB, the reason why they finally decided, hey, it's going to be between ADOS or American Freedom more than likely, is because of the precedent that American Freeman has. Now, I don't like Yvette Carnell, but one thing I will give her, she does have people who are loyal to her. If she says jump, they say how high. And I'm not saying that to insult them. However, the people who went there on American Freeman, the OMB realized that's a term, Freeman at least, that's a status that still has federal precedent. That's why they're using it right now in California. That's why they're using it right now in Texas. And right here in South Carolina, I am working with people here on the state to do the Office of Freedmen Affairs that will only be for Black descendants of American slaves. And just so that no Black American is left out, I will also include free persons of color that we all know refer to Blacks who were freed during the time of American slavery. You are right. FBA cannot be remixed. But you know what else is hard to remix? It's hard to remix a status that has been around for 158 years. It's hard to remix a status that when they were first devising, coming up with the agency that would serve the people of this status, some of the white Democrats who at that time were the extremely, well, still are hell, were the extremely anti-Black party. They were upset that freedmen will be getting special privileges and white people would not. That is something that is there on the congressional record. The Freedmen Bureau, did serve refugees, and some refugees were white, but white people were never considered freemen and never received services as freemen. Even when the Freeman Bureau ended in 1872 and 1883, over a decade later, over a decade later, the Supreme Court in Connecticut ruled that freemen, as they interpret it, refers to descendants of American slaves and their descendants. That is something that's hard to remix, that has 158 years of judicial standing behind it. It's hard to remix something. We know in California, they've been getting challenged by a whole bunch of people. But what they have not been challenged on is the use of American freemen being used as ethnicity, because it ties us to that political status. We cannot go around calling ourselves just Black American. We have to make sure we specify the types of Black Americans we are, because you got every damn Black immigrant group now coming to America calling themselves Black American. When it's convenient, when it's time to get benefits, or as you say, tangibles, they'll call themselves Black American too. And they'll be able to qualify for what should only go to us if we don't delineate and safeguard our special standing in this country. The government has done that for us already when they gave us the special status of freemen, and American freemen will simply say we are the ethnic group that is tied to this special status. The status that was developed in Congress when a congressman said on the floor of Congress, these people deserve this service. And at that time, they were referring to the Freemen's Bureau, not because they're Negroes, but because they have been wronged for generations, because they've inherited the deprivations of their ancestors who were enslaved. So the origin of that status, freedmen, comes from this country recognizing that us being the descendants of the people they enslaved already started us off on a wrong foot and already made us entitled to repair. That is something I am not giving up. I'm not doing flat blackness anymore. When anyone can get off the damn plane and call themselves Black, and all of a sudden they have the same standing as me, whose family, as far as I've been able to go back, I hit a wall, and I've given up. I'm going to go back to it later on. I've been able to go back as far as the late 1700s. No, I'm not going to let someone who got here 3 years ago from Jamaica have the same standing as me in the eyes of the government. Now, I encourage all people to leave their comment with the OMB, but understand, it's not just leaving a comment, it's also supporting the comment and the designation you would like to see. We're corroborating evidence, which is very important. And one thing I've been able to show the OMB, which is the Department of the Federal Government, an office of the federal government, is that the federal government for whom they work once upon a time had a whole agency to serve the people known as freemen, because this country recognized they did those people wrong, and they've continued to do those people wrong after the fall of Reconstruction, from Jim Crow, redlining, sharecropping, mass incarceration, the crack epidemic, and I can go on. So yes, it's always going to come down to lineage, but specificity is very important in language. I'm going to stop here. When I went to South Carolina, and I met with these state representatives, the first thing they asked me, and I have to edit the video and put it on the internet because there are some parts of that meeting that I don't want to be public, but the first thing they asked me was, where has this been done before? Who else is doing this? Language is very important. That's something I'm learning, extremely important when you're developing policy. They asked me where it had been done before, but when it came to the term freeman, they already recognize it, and they agreed that's the best way to go about doing specific policies for a group. You do it by, they called it legal standing. I'm saying legal status. Also, it's a lie, an absolute lie, that if you bring back the Freemen's Bureau, it will have to serve white refugees. The Civil War is over. There are no more refugees from the Civil War. The refugees we have now, because there are benefits a person can get as a refugee. The refugees we have now, according to the federal government, are those who are fleeing disasters from other countries and come here and seek refuge. That's why Venezuelans and Afghanis right now are able to come to America and get a special status. And I know about the Venezuelans because the job I was just doing, I gave it up to go back to teaching. The job I was just doing, I had to work with Venezuelan refugees. There are no refugees from the Civil War. The Civil War is over. There are, however, still freemen. And that was acknowledged even a decade after the Freedmen's Bureau collapsed. A lot of people are going around spreading lies. Tell us they proved something wrong and they proved something correct. They ain't proved nothing wrong and they ain't proved nothing they said correct.
All right. And again, for me on that particular conversation, I would have to actually do my research to get educated on the particulars of that. But let me see. I believe it was Rose City, then Afro Elite. So go ahead, Rose City. You got it.
Hey, it's about to get a little loud in here, so I'm just going to be real brief. Just to kill the elephant in the room, I think the reason people don't want to use FBA is because of who created it. And I'm going to lay it right there and let y'all have a risk.
Yes, indeed. No, I've definitely heard that before. And considering some of the recent developments of cross-country travel, it does seem like a lot of people have more obsessive issues than others. Brother Afro Elite, it's on you. Uh-oh, Brother Afro, are you there? You might be driving through one of them tunnels. Okay, look like Brother Afro might be out of bounds right quick. But Black Alpha, did you want to chime in before we go ahead and go on?
Absolutely. You know, it all boils down to, like we said, family, it all boils down to getting things correct. You feel me? And taking the best term. And I like what my brother Afro said earlier. He said, we got to go with logic. We got to go with logic and what is best suitable, opposed to feelings and emotions. Being ceremonious and just doing things because of the past, that ain't going to work, because we've seen what that's gotten us into. That's gotten us into a hole that unfortunately this generation is being, pushed forward to dig us out of, and which we're doing a damn good job of it. So in terms of, classification and lineage and eligibility and who's responsible, at the end of the day, the bright mind's got to be around it. But if you somebody out here and you talking like you got rocks in your mouth and you say you ain't black, and you got an F1 flag and shit like that, no place for that in the movement. We can put that on the table right here, right now. People running around here saying, I don't fuck with FBAs and all that bullshit. Them type of individuals ain't got no space right here in this foundational Black American freedom, whatever you want to call it, movement, because that type of energy is the opposition talking. This is called G-checking opposition language. Well, that right there is opposition is fuck. So what we can do, we can sit here, we can have intellectual conversations and back and forth, but as long as we get to a medium, that's fine. That negative, sucker, low budget, bottom feeder energy where somebody wants to be the boss of everything, nah, out the door. We're going to put that shit on the corner like it's trash day. You feel me, brother?
I absolutely do, my brother. Because, again, the whole sounded like a WWE wrestler thing. I don't believe reparations is about entertainment. Now, granted, things can be entertaining. Black folks, we have personality, so it is natural that there be some form of entertainment. That being said, I don't think it's called for in every environment, especially when you're talking about reparations. And then on top of that, y'all will get to know my personality. I absolutely choose to be the fair man. I like to be fair. So if you're going to say something like, I don't have with FBA, okay, well, I'm going to let you come up here and clarify that. Now, I'm not going to, and so you're clear, I'm not going to even address you as hostile, but I'm just going to need you to clarify for the people what that say, because that actually does kind of mean us too. So, that gives any person the open opportunity to say, hey, you know what? F y'all. And that's not how it went. So of course the WWE energy went right out with that. So again, family, I'm just saying, sometimes, just let things play out to what they are, because sometimes people can't really take their show on the road because they might get smacked. Anyway, I got my brother Afro Elite back on the stage. Go ahead, brother Afro, you got it.
Thank you, guys. I don't know. I was having issues with the space or whatnot, so I'm gonna try to be as brief as possible and repeat something that I said earlier, and that is the fact that we have to understand the fact that white supremacy, which is the overall enemy, that's the big enemy, that's the puppet master, that's the ultimate villain. At the end of the day, that's the final boss. We have to understand that white supremacy is evolving. It doesn't stay stagnant. It evolves and it adapts. So we have to evolve and it adapt too. We have to understand things that were said before in the 1800s, in the early 1900s, those things we should not say today. We study our master teachers. A lot of our master teachers use terms like colored, like people of color, colored people, black people. They use vague terms because of the time that they were in. We're in a different time, so we need to update the lexicon because what worked for them at that time, 50, 60 years ago, won't work for us at this time today. Now, my thing, and I will repeat this, my thing with the term freedman is the fact that at the time there did not need to be a racial barrier to it, because really in America, in the 1800s, it was either you're white or you're black. So calling somebody colored automatically meant you're black because that means you're not white. Calling somebody but now today, calling somebody colored doesn't automatically mean you're black. You guys are following me because there's not just black people here that are not white. There's a number of non-white people here that are not black. So we need something that has a racial barrier to it, because there's a lot of people alive today who are not black, but they are descendants of freedmen like us. They have great great grandmothers, great great grandfathers who were classified as freedmen. And they can make the argument that they are a descendant of freedmen. So they would have precedent to get our reparations. Now, the difference with that versus FBA, because even if you are a descendant of a FBA, if you are white, you are not FBA. Because when you say foundational Black American, the term has that racial barrier to it. So it ties you to the lineage the same way freedmen ties you to the lineage, but it also has a gatekeeping effect that prevents other people from being able to come in. And the reason why they didn't do that during the time where they created the term freedmen, like I was saying before, is because white people didn't want to identify with black. White people denied any sort of blackness. In today's era, they won't do that. So they're going to say, you can't tell me I'm not a descendant of freedmen. So if descendants of freedmen get reparations, why you can't nitpick only the black descendants of freedmen get reparations? You know what I'm saying? But they can't say that with foundational Black American. We have to adapt. Instead of going backwards, we have to go forwards. We adapt and we evolve. We need to stay one step ahead of white supremacy. They were not closer. Let's just be completely honest. Black society was not closer to reparations after the Civil War than we are today. Right now, today in 2023, we are closer to reparations from the federal government than we have ever been. So going back is not going to leapfrog us ahead, and it's not going to help us any bit. In fact, it's going to create problems that we're going to have to fix up, because when they came up with the term freedmen,
they didn't have the foresight to see where the nation would be 150 years down the line. And I'm not faulting them, but I'm trying to say we have to adapt to modern times. And I'll end there because other people want to speak.
Indeed. And real quick, family, just let me put this little tidbit in your mind. They got ads right now running about Jesus Super Bowl, right? Now, if you got a chance to see any of them commercials that they're going crazy over, if you'll notice, they had a theme about the 2020 uprising. So things that they're trying to get through to their other half. So it's one wing shooting a smoke signal to the other side of the wing saying, hey, we can't afford to get involved in these black people's issues because they are focused steady ahead on reparations. And so if you've noticed with these last few police killings and different incidences happening, if you notice, there's a lot less racial conversation going on out here. And the racial conversation that you're hearing on the anti-black level is coming from elected officials. So I just want y'all to pay attention. People put that's a Super Bowl ad, family. That is a damn Super Bowl ad that they're trying to, hey, black people, why don't you calm down? And hey, all you liberal white friends, why don't you go calm down these blacks? So, just one of those subtle gaslighting messages that they send, a dog whistle, like, yo, these people are getting serious because look at who just hopped out for the Republicans. They're chasing the fake black woman line. So it's not going to be too long before this Nikki Haley woman is over there sneaking her way into the black car, family. So pay attention. Black Alpha, did you want to chime in before we continue?
Hey, I seen that ad, definitely. I got a DM about it a minute ago. I appreciate you, sister. And yeah, that all the way live. Everything that you just said is 100% accurate, and we know exactly the game is being played. As I said earlier today, for people who came into the room when we was early in the game, everything that we do is being latched on and being leashed on by everybody. So it does not matter when it comes to classifications, when it comes to hate crime laws, everything. And everybody who comes here wants a piece of foundational Black American existence. And it won't stop. Me and you had a conversation, Zilla, and I said it. There is no 20 to 50 year plan for our lineage, okay, other than they're trying to wipe us out. The only people who have a 20 to 50 year plan for us is us. So we got to get it right now, not tomorrow, okay, not yesterday, not the day before. We got to get it right forever today, because they want to take us and they want to erase us out of here. Everybody else, they're trying to put forth a passageway for the future, a bright future. They're not trying to do that for us. For us, they're trying to get us completely out the paint. So therefore, as we say, and we will consistently say, we have to be the vanguards. We got to hold things down and we got to get this correct. We can't let nothing be conduct detrimental to the team. And anybody who has or produces conduct detrimental to the team needs to be removed from the team ASAP. Bottom line, no feelings, no emotions. We don't give a fuck. That's how we have to operate. That's how we have to function. And that's how we have to continue. So no matter what we come up with, it has to be done in a functioning fashion that serves us as a lineage, as a collective. And I'm talking about every last one of us. Those of us who are on code, we got the keys. Those of us who are not on code, kick their ass out. And once you remove all of that weight, then you'll get things done and you'll go forth where we're heading. Where we're heading is to the bank. What we getting is reparations. And where is it going? In our pockets. And we got to remove everybody out the way with negative energy. You feel me, family?
I absolutely do. And real quick, I seen there was some issues with our brother Pootie Tang's belt. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and chime in real quick, and then we'll continue. Go ahead, Pootie Tang's belt, because I know we was having some issues with you. Go ahead, brother.
Peace to the room. Peace, Beatzilla. Peace to the Black Alpha family. Peace to the FBA. Those who acknowledge and those who don't. I just want to say, we don't need a bunch of scholarship on this. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Claude Anderson, he already did the legwork, man, and I feel like he's the most qualified. When he came up with the term Native Black American, which eventually became Foundational Black American, he was most qualified because he worked in government. You know, it wasn't no guessing, it wasn't no fooling around. He
He worked with presidents. He worked under presidents. He's worked with world leaders. So this not something. It wasn't a feel good thing. It was a thing for us to delineate, man. He's telling us how to go about doing it, how to get it right. You know what I'm saying? He showed us the way. So for us to even like to go any other way, man, to me it's like you spitting in his face. And I feel like, man, when you spit in the face of an elder, man, it should be consequences to that. Hey, I love the brother Marcel, but the Freeman thing and like the thing with what's his name, Naeem, see, you got to realize something about that brother. He's trying to bring that Moorish Science Temple teaching into this thing. You feel me? And you know, they have this disdain for the word black, which I don't know if it's a real disdain but it's or if it's just something that, you know, they trying to like set themselves up as some type of leader or whatever. But that's what I see coming out of that. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been hip to him for years, and he's always been on that. Oh, black means death, and is this, that, and the third. And then when the Freeman thing come up, he pop up, and I'm like, damn, okay, this and so you got to see that, okay, he's trying to slide this agenda in with this. Now, me myself, I think Freeman would be a cool term for a political party for foundational Black Americans, but as far as like calling that like a lineage, nah, I'm good on that. We don't need that. Foundational Black American is just well with me. Straight up. And I got feathers in my lineage, but I'm good with foundational Black American, man. I park my lack, man. I appreciate y'all space, man.
I appreciate
Pootie
you,
Tang
my brother.
Belt. Tune in to the Black Alpha Network tonight, family. I got my brother Afro on there. Make sure you tune in, brother.
Yes, sir. I'll be there.
So let's see. Let's get to Marcel. You wanted to respond, then we'll go to JoJo, Eastsiders, and David.
All right,
go
let's
ahead.
keep it moving. I see JoJo. You got your hand up, brother.
Oh, hello. Oh, is it?
Hey, so I just wanted to kind of make sure we got clarity when we talking about this whole situation as far as delineation. I feel, you know, personally, they should hold their own nuts. The Freedmen camp, they should hold their own nuts, even though they have rolled out the wave of the energy of the FBA and Black grassroots movement. We recognize the flaws. Too many holes in it. Like I say, I'm not going to sit here and say that I wasn't supportive of it at first. But the cat came out of the bag when they introduced the white guy, and then, you know, when this OMB thing popped up, they flooded the gates with American freedmen. Now, I was the only one that was a foundational Black American to attend the OMB. So, in all fairness, I definitely encourage everyone to make sure that you do chime in, because we have the opportunity now to make sure that we can classify ourselves as that ethnic group moving forward. To try to, you know, make it seem like California is really going to affect us in this present time, and when we can do something about it, will be a fallacy. California is pretty much off the wing right now. They've been infiltrated. The same guy, like the brother just said, the same guy that says he doesn't like black, he's not black, and he don't fuck with Foundation Black Americans. Well, he's the same guy that's behind the legislations that's been inserted to the California Reparations Task Force. So we got to make sure that we're putting these pieces together, and we're putting them together properly. We're not using misinformation and misinforming the people and using talking points that are like emotional triggers to the people. We definitely understand that we have an immigrant problem, but we have people that are tethering amongst us that are trying to get us to delineate from a term that we was using to delineate from everyone else. So we got to keep that at the forefront. That is the very most important part. We got to continue to push our drive. We got to continue to push this thing. You know, if you're in your local, I suggest that if you're in your local county and state or whatever, you need to be sitting in on these reparations meetings and stuff like that. Because be honest with you, on the state level, that's not even reparations. Those are state acts of atonement. So we got to be clear on that. So we got to understand that they're using words that they shouldn't be using, you know, for state acts of atonement. So, that's just being clear, man. We got to stand on lineage first, man. Foundational Black American. I've never, I don't have any ancestry or documentation of my ancestors' claims to be freedmen. They always said they were Black. And we can use Black as as our ethnic group because it's Black American. But since we're delineating, we added the term foundational because we're foundational to the United States. There was not no United States before foundational Black Americans built it. That's what we stand on. If you could trace your lineage back to the 1870 census prior, I got lineage records right now, and it says Black. It doesn't say freedom. It doesn't say none of that other stuff. So we got to be clear and concise. And when you go to the OMB with your documentation, we have things that we can submit, like our Black American Heritage flag, our Juneteenth flag, things that we put work in, our Black American History Month. We can't always show that we put a lot behind our heritage and our culture and our ethnicity. So there are things that really can accommodate what we have done and put into it, because there has not been no Freedmen's Day parade, or Freedmen's Month, or none of that. We got Black History Month. We have things that are already classified that are designated specifically for us. So those are just some of the key factors that you could submit to the OMB as far as documentation onto why it is important for you to be identified as a foundational Black American. So, I know everybody doesn't rock with the term foundational Black American. If you're going to be a Black American, make sure that you designate it to the ethnic group of the people that were the descendants of chattel slavery, and no outliers, delineating from the term African American, making sure that we're taking that African term out because we're not African at all. So let's we're just keeping it clear. You know what I'm saying? I understand people like people's personalities and stuff like that, but when it comes down to it, you need to hear the truth of what is being said. We standing on delineation, and we have to stand on that. Dr. Claude Anderson already laid out the blueprint. We don't have to get people in to remix the energy and get everybody to start chiming in and riding off the backs of our energy. We're vocalizing something that's going to actually be detrimental at the end. And I land.
All right, is it my turn, Beatzilla?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. You got it.
Okay, so first of all, man, I've said this a million times, and I'm gonna keep saying it a million times. Some people believe that old adage: if you repeat a lie enough times, it becomes the truth. No, if you repeat a lie a billion times, it's just a lie you've said a billion times. So let me make this very clear: freeman is a political status. An American freeman, I hope, will become an ethnic designation. Black will still be the race. The way it's supposed to work, you choose Black, and then the question is going to be, are you an American freeman or are you not an American freeman? So Black is a racial group. You will not find freeman on anybody's birth certificate. You will not find freeman on anyone's death certificate. Where you will find freeman is on the services that people receive from the agency that the federal government set up specifically for Black descendants of American slavery. I have a bank account for my great granduncle who had a bank account with the Freeman's Bank. The first Freeman's Bank, the building is still right here in Buford. Penn Center, the first Freedman School, right there in St. Helena Island, outside of Buford. Mitchellville, the first Freeman town. I'm not going, even though I told people I would go to Freedom Day, which is an event. It's a party that we have here in South Carolina in the Low Country on Hilton Head Island in Mitchellville, which was the first freedmen town. You have freedmen cemeteries. You have freedmen hospitals. You go in those freedmen cemeteries. You look at who was born in those freedmen hospitals. All Black Americans who are descendants of American slaves. All foundational Black Americans. When Tariq was asked about this, Tariq even acknowledged that foundational Black American is a social term that we created, but he was like, for legislation, Freeman has the precedent. He's like, that one we can use for specificity. Some people have been trying to take what he said out of context about white people saying that they can say they're white freemen. What he is saying is something that we know they all will say. They're going to eventually say they're foundational Black Americans. We already had some white lady talk about some, what's that white lady name? Monica? I'm a foundational white American, remember? And she showed them where she showed pineapple and raisin casseroles and baseball games and white chicken. Yeah, so white people always going to try to infringe upon something we're doing. It makes answer this question, y'all. Which one is more safeguarded? A term that the federal government already used. Not only did they use it, they set up a whole agency of the government specifically to serve the people of that status. Okay, 158 years worth of history behind the status of freemen. Not just that, the status of freemen still exists because after the Freedmen's Bureau ceased operations in 1872, after the Republicans betrayed us in 1877 and pulled the soldiers out the South, it was in a Supreme Court case in Connecticut where it was ruled that freemen refers to those formerly enslaved in the U.S. and their descendants. It is being used again in legislation, not just by reparationists, but even by Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas, when he gave his opinion, you know how many of us don't like this gun control stuff. And like I say, it's not that we want some old monster to have a gun. No, it's that we know that when they say gun control, they mean take all the guns from Black Americans so we can do more racial massacres. Clarence Thomas, when he gave his opinion on gun control, he said it's been used to deprive freemen of their rights to protect themselves. He said gun control has a racist history of depriving freedmen of a right they should be allowed to enjoy. That's Clarence Thomas. He used the phrase freedmen to refer to us 7 times in an opinion he just wrote last year. And Clarence Thomas is right there from Savannah, Georgia. Okay? A town, a city that was right across the little sliver of the Savannah River from South Carolina that had the most Freeman bureaus in the United States of America. South Carolina had the first Freeman Bureau. The Freeman Bureau that was housed, the building that housed it, is still right there in Beaufort, South Carolina. Black is our racial identifier, but we have to make sure we delineate and do specificity. That is Freeman. Now, I will say this, like I said to Kiana, who I had a conversation with last night. I said to Kiana, I really don't care what terminology is used as long as it specifies us as the group that built this nation to whom a debt is owed. But what I'm not going to do is sit and let somebody just plebiscite battle. That's what Tariq said, plebiscite battle, and just come up with a whole bunch of lies that makes no damn sense. The Ancestry just released the Freeman Bureau records. I have seen several people on Twitter, on social media. Some of them are not involved in any reparations discussion. They're just regular people who have been able to find their ancestors on the hospital rolls, okay, with a bank account, who receive land deeds. I told y'all, I've already shared the story with y'all that my great grandfather, Quash Fripp. You can look him up right now. It's like squash, but take the S off and just Quafh. And last name Fripp, Fripp. He helped to get land because the Freeman Bureau helped him to get land. It only served him. The reason why white people wanted to get rid of the Freeman's Bureau, they used to hang white teachers, and of course hang black people were being helped, is because they felt that we were getting special treatment. They didn't mind us getting the special terror that we went through for centuries, but God forbid we get the special address of the wrong they've done to us. And I respect the work of everyone that's come before me. But I'm going to make this very clear. I don't move in the footsteps of anyone that's come before me. And guess what? Those people that we respect, like Dr. Claude Anderson and, whomever we may name, Dr. Cress Wilson, they didn't move the same way the people before them moved. We all have to move within the time frame in which we are living. And that takes me to Afro's point about how, terminology changes. When Afro said like colored and Negro, how we don't use those phrases anymore, we don't. But those are racial terminologies. Political statuses don't change like that. A veteran was called a veteran in the 1910s, and they are called a veteran here in the 2020s. Likewise, a freeman was called a freeman this person who was a Black American who was formerly enslaved, and their descendants were called freemen in the 1860s, and they're still called freemen now. That's the political status. Even if we go with foundational Black American, which would not bother me because I know exactly what it means, it will still be the same lineage. It will still be the same qualifier. You will still have to be a descendant of a person who was enslaved in the United States of America, and I hope you will have to classify as Black, not just the day before, but your whole life. And that gets to Afro's point. A person can say, oh, I'm foundational Black American because look, I have one Black ancestor. And then they'll get into that whole, well, how do you classify Blackness? That's why it's not good to necessarily bring race into it. Yes, classifying yourself as Blackness has to happen. The same way the Japanese who were interned, they had to classify themselves as Japanese. Yes, they did. But they also had to be of the lineage of the Japanese who were interned, or they had to be a descendant of such a person. If they could not meet that important requirement, they did not get any reparations. So the standard goes, as in California, but for mines, I take it even further than that. You have to classify as Black, not just like they say in California, 12 years prior to the start of the task force, which means if you weren't identifying as Black in 2021 and 10 years prior, which would be 2011, you cannot now start tomorrow, yesterday, and say, oh, I'm Black now. The same thing with my legislation. Mine only has from the time I shared it with the public, you have to have been identifying as Black for your entire life. But that's not enough, because if we start right there at Blackness, we will have Jamaicans and Haitians trying to infringe upon our reparations, and then we won't have reparations. Look at what's happening right now with that little chump change that Biden, he didn't really want to do it, but that Biden tried to pretend like he wanted to do for Black farmers. He tried to do it based off of Blackness. And what happened, y'all? A federal court shot it down. They said this violates the 14th Amendment. You cannot put a racial group over another. Let's compare that to what farmers in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Alabama did. The Pickford versus Glickman lawsuit. They didn't sue the United States Department of Agriculture as being Black. They sued it as being Black people against whom this federal government discriminated against. And guess what happened, y'all? They won. They won the largest lawsuit ever filed against the United States Department of Agriculture, and they still ain't paid us all the money we're owed yet. But it's the largest lawsuit. Why? Because they did it based on status. They did it based on the status of Black farmers who were discriminated against by the United States Department of Agriculture. That's the difference when you do things based on status and lineage and not just Blackness. So for me, I'm gonna go with American Freeman, and let's talk about the pink gorilla in the room, Naheem. I bumped heads with Naheem before too. I respect his scholarship and when he researches, but I don't know how some of y'all move, but I have never been a person who believes if someone just tells me, I don't care if it's Dr. Claude Anderson, I don't care if it's my next door neighbor. I'm gonna research, like you said, Zilla, I think like 40 minutes ago. I say the same thing you say. If I don't know something, I gotta look that up for myself. That's not me saying the other person is lying. That's not me saying the other person don't know what they're talking about. That's just me saying before Greg Marcel Dixon, puts my name on anything, I'm going to make sure that I research it to prove that it's true. So this ain't me co-signing Naheem. Okay, at the time when I launched my campaign and I was talking like this, I was angry with Naeem, and he was angry. We weren't even talking to each other. But I saw that what was shared with me was true. I look, I don't need to use Tariq's name for clout. I really don't. Because, Tariq and I may not always see eye to eye on everything. That's human. Like y'all say, it's off behavior when you don't agree with someone. The first moment you don't agree with someone, you all of a sudden try to destroy everything for which they're saying, and you claim you stand for the same thing. No, that's not how we roll. So, the cross country trip, all that stuff is ridiculous. I don't even find it funny. I know people made memes and videos, and I mean, Tariq and some people made fun of it, but I actually find it quite dangerous. I actually find it unsettling, but that's a whole other conversation. But but like Tariq said, when he was asked this very same question, FBA and Freeman are pretty much saying the same thing. The difference is one just has legislative precedence and is recognized as a political status already, whereas one is saying it the same way in the social way. And that is where I stand. And I think, and this thing about the grassroots movement, that really pisses me off. Some people, my goodness, some people think, who who do people think they are? Where they think they own the grassroots. Who do some people think they are? Where they can like some people really think they can classify you as grassroots, but this person's not grassroots. You don't own the grassroots. Don't. Now, I've never said to anyone, you're not a part of the grassroots. I've called Roland Martian boule, and stuff like that. But I never said to any of us in this space, you're not a part of the grassroots, because I don't have the right to say that. There are people I don't even like. Like some of the people I know, some of y'all on this stage don't like. And I never said to them either that they're not part of the grassroots. I don't have the right to say that. I'm a part of the grassroots. Zilla's a part of the grassroots. Alpha, Afro, Davey, Eastsider, I see Jade, Wayne, Cognitive, Gumbo. We're all a part of the grassroots, even if we don't see eye to eye. So who the hell do people think they are talking about someone's capitalizing off of the grassroots? I can't capitalize off of something that I'm part of too. And it's not being arrogant. I'm going to acknowledge I contribute to the reparations push on the grassroots level too. I have said to people, it ain't me, it's us. It ain't me, it's we. That's really how it works. We are a part of the grassroots. Not everyone is going to run for office. Someone who runs for office as a reparation candidate, they're not doing any more than a person who might, I'm trying to think of a good example. A person who might work in communications and their lane might be to help promote and help to organize behind the scenes. We all play different roles. Yes, I've said to us, I'm begging us, more of us to run for office. But y'all, guess what? That's not the important thing. Yes, we need to run for office. And because a lot of people respect Tariq, Tariq has talked about running for office himself. I really think he's planning to do it one day. He's just getting all his ducks in a row. I really do. But what's more important than running for office? Supporting the person running for office so that they don't get ran over while they're running for office. You get what I'm saying? We all play our parts. So I need people to check this little arrogant attitude they have where they think they can say who's a part of the grassroots and who's not. Second, and last but not least, I'm about to land, y'all. Foundational Black American refers to those of us who are descendants, who are the people that built this nation. That would be me as well. Okay? I have gone back to the late 1700s. I will say it again, and I never get tired of saying it because I'm goddamn proud of it. My family, a little bit of Charleston, a little bit of Georgetown, but mainly Beaufort, Boston areas, Coosahatchee. My family has been in South Carolina on the coast in the late 1700s. Before cotton was king, like I always say in my speeches, rice wore the crown. It was rice that first made Britain, the 13 colonies, filthy rich. South Carolina, almost overnight, became the richest place in the world. That I can be proud and say that my ancestors were in those plantations. The Gullah Wars, I can be proud and say that I know for a fact some of my cousins were the ones who ran down to North Florida and fought off the British and then fought off the U.S. So if anyone can say they're foundational, it's me too. So check yourself, please.
All right. Let's keep it rolling. I believe as Brother Afro. Go ahead, Afro.
Okay. There were some things that I said that I feel like was misquoted, but I'm gonna say this: we're not in this conversation. We're not determining which is better between freedmen and Black American. The issue that we're having is the designation between freedmen and foundational Black American. And the reason why we're having that issue is because we need to delineate and we need to gatekeep. That's the thing, not just delineating, but also gatekeeping as well, too. You said, I believe, Marcel, you said something or you misquoted me because You can't claim to be a foundational Black American unless you're a foundational Black American. A non-Black person cannot claim to be a foundational Black American under any certain circumstances. Okay, a non, even if you are a descendant of a foundational Black American, you can have a great grandmother who's a foundational Black American. That alone does not make you a foundational Black American if you're not Black. There's white people who have foundational Black American ancestry, but the majority of their ancestry isn't FBA, so they're not a foundational Black American. Okay, so that way, when we say we need something specifically for foundational Black Americans, it would gatekeep the people who might have ties to FBA, but they don't, in and of itself, qualify as foundational Black American. Freedmen, on the other hand, because of when the term was created, does not have that gatekeeping aspect. So you can be a descendant of a freedman, even if all of the descendants or freedmen were Black. At the time, the designation of freedman did not mean only Black people. You know what I'm saying? Because that wasn't even necessary. And that's where the problem lies. Okay, so you, a white person, has the right, and I've said this a couple times and people have kind of like talked over it, but a white person, completely blue-eyed, blonde hair, has the right to say, I am a descendant of freedmen. Okay, just like you as a Black person are a descendant of freedmen. So you can't say only the Black descendants of freedmen get reparations. All of the descendants of freedmen have to get reparations. Now, they can't do that with foundational Black Americans, because even if they have an ancestor that might be of FBA, they can't say, I am FBA too. Because in order for you to be FBA, you have to be Black. That's where the importance of having that racial aspect in it. Without that racial aspect, that leaves a crack in the seal, that leaves a crack in the term that allows people who are not Black to become uh, eligible for the reparations term. And I want to say another thing too. I understand that there was a precedent. I do understand that. I do recognize that. However, the precedent, I feel like, is not going to get us any closer to reparations than we would be using the term foundational Black American, because we had a precedent as freedmen to get 40 acres and a mule, and we didn't get the 40 acres and a mule. So a lot of times they say stuff and they break that. You know what I'm saying? So it's not as if the precedent is going to get us any closer. When the Japanese got their reparations, there was not a precedent before that they used, or a status before that they used. They used it based off of lineage. So you don't necessarily need a precedent to get reparations anyway. As long as you identify the lineage, that the key word is lineage, of the people who were aggrieved, then you would qualify for reparations. Marcel, where I disagree with you is when you say we should use the term freedman over foundational Black American. I think that you overlook the fact that there were, all of the Black people were freedmen at that time, but this time you can have non-Black people say that they are freedmen, and there is nothing in the past when the term was created that distinctly says that a non-Black person cannot be a freedman. Even if there were no non-Black people who are designated as freedmen, there is no legislation when the term was created that says a non-Black person cannot identify as a freedman. And that is where that's the important thing, because when it comes to the term foundational Black American, the term is in the pudding. The seal is in the term Black. So you can't say I'm a foundational Black American who's white. That doesn't exist, and it can't exist, unlike the term freedman. So that's where I disagree with you, Marcel. And I don't think you're trying to. I'm not saying you're trying to sabotage or anything like that. I just think that that is something that you're overlooking, And with that, I land.
Can I respond real quick? Because he responded to me, or
Make real quick, because I want to keep it moving.
okay, I will. Afro One, look in the jumbotron, because what you said about there not being a racial requirement for freemen is not true. Freemen were exclusively Negroes. It was something they fought about in Congress tooth and nail, and freemen were exclusively Negro. Again, a freeman is not a descendant of a freeman. A freeman is a person whose parents and heritage were freemen. So you are not a descendant of a freeman. You are a freeman. I'm not a descendant of a freeman. We are freemen. And whereas, like I said, I don't mind foundational Black American, but the thing that sets them apart is freeman has precedent. There's precedent already showing that freeman only applies to Black people, not just from
No,
legislation.
that's incorrect. That's
No,
incorrect.
that's
Keep
true.
going. Keep going. That's incorrect, though. Keep
No,
going.
that's true.
That's
There's
incorrect.
congressional.
That's incorrect.
It's true. There's congressional transcripts. There's legislation. There's records, and there's even court rulings. You will have to show me the precedent for any other terminology that has not yet been recognized by the government that has that type of precedent where it's already been safeguarded in legislation. Also, a white person cannot say they're a freeman. A Black person, because the first thing to be a freeman, you have to identify as Black. And really quick, with the Japanese, there was precedent. A lot of people don't know this, but before they did the Japanese reparations on the federal level, they did things for them on the state level, identifying them as Japanese people who were interned. Y'all can look it up. I land there.
No. Okay, let me correct where Marcel was wrong, because the term freedman, when the origin of the term, and trust me, I know you're very well versed in history, Marcel, I am too, and I know the origin of the term freedman at the time in the later half of the 1800s. The qualification did not say in order to be freedman you have to be Black. That was implied based off of the status of the people, because you didn't. What is a white freedman? Now, with you not saying that there is a racial barrier in that, you're saying that it's just solely based off of the descendants of a slave. Any any person in America today, despite their race, can technically say that they are a descendant of a slave or someone who was freed or someone who got their thing. Okay, let me simplify this even more. Marcel, you are correct when you're saying that there were no white freedmen at the time. The thing is that we're talking about today. We're not talking about 1865, 1867. We're not talking about that time. We're talking about today. So where you're getting the confusion is you're going back in time and you're saying, well, there were no white freedmen then, so there can't be any white freedmen now. That's incorrect, because their descendants don't have to be Black. Okay, for you to classify as a foundational Black American, you yourself have to be Black. It's written in the term. And even if it was the implication, because what you're doing is you're stating it as a fact when that was just an automatic implication of 1965. 1865. We're not in 1865. Okay. So the implication is too vague and allows other non-Black people to be attached and to tether themselves to our reparations claim. And I feel like that is, and I'll repeat that, I feel like that's where you're overlooking that. Not that the term freedman is overall flawed, but it does have loopholes that can be exploited, unlike FBA. So that's why the FBA term, and me and Black Alpha broke this down, that's why FBA is the superior term when it comes to delineation and when it comes to reparations.
Just real quick, freeman, again, has precedent where it's already been safeguarded as a term that's only applicable to Black people. Okay? Because even the formerly enslaved, they had children, and their children had children within that span of a decade, and they had descendants, because even after the Freedmen's Bureau ended, there were still some organizations that had been set up simply to serve freemen that served their children. In order to be a freeman, as you see in all existing legislation that had freemen, like in California currently, you have to be black, and then you have to be a person who's a descendant of an American slave. Black is the first qualifier. So again, it is safeguarded on being black.
And I can absolutely appreciate that. I just want, the one thing that I would want everybody to never let slip through your mind. When we talk about these designations that would work for then, remember, they had safeguards in place that made sure black economics still ended, and which it did. It didn't thrive. So what what I want to look at here is, for me, I wouldn't really want to repeat any part of a history that had a failure attached to it. Because if we're really trying to bring something new to the game, the one thing that everyone else before us did not ever fully understand, never, ever rely on any designation handed to you from the United States government. It may have worked for a time, but trust me, at this point, they have had their absolute best hands and eyes and ears on every inch of legislation concerning that. If we don't legitimately produce our own addendums to these type of titles, then yeah, because you got to understand, there's different things at play here. So it's not just solely about the designation. They're putting many of wheels in motion, and it's going to be tied around this freedman designation. What I'm saying is, we want to start looking at what we are going to designate ourselves as, and then deal with the United States government based on that. Because if we still, again, if we still take the position of property in everything we do, then all we are is glorified property with a title. That's not independence. That's not liberation, in my view. And I definitely don't want to get caught up in the back and forth, because for me, I don't see the designation conversation as too much of a situation. Because for me, if white folks attached to it, throw it out. That's the bottom line for me. So if it got these people's names and their designation of how we're looking, these are the people who legalized slavery. We can't trust the most notorious truce breaker on the planet Earth. And you want a truce from an old designation that they'd already put on black folks that failed? To my common sense, something that's a bad bet. But I do totally understand the attachment with it. But real quick, before we get to Eastside's Black Alpha, did you want to chime in on that, brother?
No, hey, I'm just loving the conversation, man. Let's keep these hands up and keep it rolling.
Yo, I think David's been waiting for like forever. I just want to
Yeah, I don't want to, I apologize for, interrupting the space. I didn't mean to skip the line or whatever. Don't mean to be rude.
It's all good, my brother. Go ahead. Who is it? Go ahead, David, and then we'll get to Eastside. Go ahead.
It was Joe right before me, then me, then. And you good for interrupting, man.
Well,
y'all had a good build that really got to a point that I hope we can all build on top of and not have to go backwards from.
That is my plan. JoJo, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to keep in mind, man. I also put in the Jumbotron our brother Otha Ozone Wallace, man. His trial date is set for July 31st, and he did a recorded call the other day, and he wanted people to hear his voice. So it's up there in the Jumbotron. I didn't want to try to deviate too far from what the topic is at hand, but I say, man, our brother is reaching out. He think we forgot about him. I definitely we're planning some things in the background with Afro Elite, and we're supposed to be doing something on his space. I think either tomorrow or the day after, but we'll keep you guys posted on that. But back to this subject, I don't want to take subliminal shots at the brother Marcel, because this is not what it's about. I think this is a good guy. I met him in person, so I'm not going to do that. Because I feel like if I actually had an issue with him, I wouldn't even have to address it online. We could just, meet up in person and talk about it. I don't have an issue with him. But the issue is with the term, and the issue is with the people behind the term, and the issue is with how the term is being applied, and the issue is how the term is riding off the wave of the people that say, "Hey, we want lineage-based reparations. Why are we changing our names again?" And that's the thing about it, and especially changing our name to a term that has failed. That's a failed term historically. Like the brother's saying, why would we want to go back to that? And just because you write something up and submit it to them and say, "Hey, this is what you said you promised you're going to do," once they get that legislation, they say, "Well, no, we need you to change this, and this." That's how that can happen, because it's a "I'm white and I say so" rule. We got to understand that we're dealing with the system of white supremacy. We're not dealing with nobody that's going to treat us fairly. So picking up a term that they've given us is like giving them the nail in the coffin to bury us. That's how I look at that. It's an ultimate fail, man. Regardless of how huff and puff winded we are about it, how enthusiastic we try to sound, it was a failed term that did not thrive. All kind of corruption came from it. When the people say it wasn't white freedmen, but they got documentation at their boroughs. It's white people on the boroughs with their names in the registry. So we got to be realistic, man. Like, they didn't care about the rule. It was "I'm white and I say so." Just because it was written down, now it's documented. It's documented that they were there. And that's the issue. The issue is that that place was infiltrated and our people did not benefit from it. And then you got to always remember that um, the Freeman's Bureau and Freeman's Bank was not reparations. It was an act put in place to help multiple groups, refugees and freemen. It wasn't reparations. So when we try to frame this today as a form of reparations, we got to look at the other people that were supposed to benefit from that. And they probably even got money. But guess what? They can come back and challenge and say, "Hey, why you putting these people over us?" So that wasn't reparations. It was never written out as a legislation for repair for Black America. It was legislation for repair for refugees and the emancipated slaves. So we got to be clear when we saying this stuff, man. Like, we could talk fast all day, but when we slow down and slice through the wording and start pulling this stuff apart, there's too many holes in it. It's too many holes. Like I say, I was riding with it at first. I thought it was a good thing. But when the red flags went off, man, because we go on code, and that code is logic. We don't have no leader, man. And you got to understand, man, that people are going to dissect this stuff. And I feel that there are some people with fortitude deeper than mine that just ain't said nothing yet. And some people just don't even chime in on spaces, and they've been watching our people move and being swayed. But the buck has to stop. I just say, hey, to the freemen who really hold to that term, hold your own nuts right now, man. Because FBA, we have to lock it back down. We have to lock it back down. We've let these people attach themselves to us. They allowed us to swoon us with their wording and their so-called policies and all this old good stuff, right? But then at the end of the day, they're talking like white supremacy doesn't even exist. Like, this is the same federal government that, abolished the whole Freedmen's Banking Bureau after the money was taken. And the people did not get paid. And that's a fact. So when you talk about things like that, when you talk about bringing stuff back that was something to benefit multiple groups in itself, it's problematic, because it wasn't a term that was meant for reparations. It wasn't meant for reparations. It was a term meant to benefit multiple groups. After Civil War, it was a term that was meant to benefit multiple groups. That's the truth. However we try to remix it, however we try to change it around, however we try to sound articulate and use the talking points that kind of trigger the Black grassroots. No, 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 no. It was a failure, period. And quoting people like Clarence Thomas, that's coon. W.E. Du Bois, he's a coon. Regardless of what he imagined it. I don't need to deal with people that imagine shit. I need to deal with people that tell me the truth. And he told the truth now. He said that shit was a failure. The only thing that thrived for that was the schools And to people that don't know about the history of it, that's where the Board of Education stemmed from. So that's something that's still in place today, the Board of Education. So that was the only thing that they kept, you know. And I'm gonna bring another thing up when Alpha was talking about the 40 acres and the mule. Also remember, with behind the 40 acres and the mule, it wasn't something that where they were going to give us. They were either renting out the land or they were giving or selling the land, and it was up not to exceed 40 acres. That's what that meant when they were talking about 40 acres in the mule. It wasn't nothing they was going to give. Peace.
Right on, brother Jojo. And you know, it seems that we keep revisiting the same circle of conversation, kind of just reheated. And so let me give you just a piece from like my area right here. Like that brother said up here earlier when he went and checked the bill and understood that Freeman there's no need for using Freeman or FBA when you're talking about lineage-based reparations, because it really has no precedent to do with neither here nor there. That's why other groups, Latinx, and all of these other groups, they get their shit with multiple different groups under different names. It's not a big deal. But somehow we just keep finding ourselves pigeonholing ourselves in a conversation that is designed to pigeonhole you in a conversation because it's white folks shit. I don't know why y'all just can't let that shit go. Bring your shit to the table. You cannot rework white supremacy. And y'all are trying to find some kind of way to like, well, how do we dance around this word? How do we dance around that term? What you do is you set up your own name. You establish your own existence, and you no longer allow them to define you. I'm saying it, and I'm saying it, and y'all will turn right back around and go, well, this doesn't say this and that doesn't say this. Family, you ain't invisible. And you have spent so much time talking about white men's words that define you. That is so beyond my understanding. You know who the hell you are, and you know who owes you your money. You know who has it. You know where they went and spent the money. How on earth can we get back into a conversation of talking about, well, we need to be called this to get this money? If y'all don't get off that shit, y'all are here. You're not invisible. So this is why in Oregon, it is lineage based, whether you be black, whether you be freeman, whether you don't identify yourself as anything. The fact still remains, your lineage is what ties you to this. And then the time that you've been here, all of that is proven regardless of title. So what baffles my mind is these redundant conversations going back and forth in circles about designation when it's irrelevant to begin with. We need to identify that conversation all in itself as a waste of time. I can't stress that enough. That conversation to begin with is a waste of time. Now we understand the opposition of the white man. What truths or legislation have they honored in this country? Not a damn thing. So we can't bank on anything that's a given. This is the white man we talking to, family. So you got to understand the white supremacists. It'll always be I'm white and I say so. So if it's like we're going by Freeman and this has had prior presidents, guess what? All of the agenda that they're trying to push through on our backs will be coming through that door until you decide to set the gate up yourselves. Stop letting them establish your boundaries. We have to establish our gate for ourselves. No one else can do that for us. So with that being said, Eastsiders, you got it, brother.
You know, I wanted to touch on something that Black Alpha was talking about earlier, how they, slowly try to erase us from existence. You know, this is one of the principles that they call soft genocide, because they can't just wipe us out wholesale because they want to make themselves the moral authority of the world. What we got to take into consideration is that once we get together and come up with something solid, which we already have, we have to be able to put our differences aside, because if Rather, if if you really want to know what I think personally, I think when they came up with the Moorish Science Temple, they also came up with the whole, really with the Nation of Islam, if you will. Back during Elijah Muhammad days, and all through that. But that just served as a way to keep the people confused. Neely Fuller talked about confusion. He talked about maximum sophisticated confusion. And it, like you said, it just boggles the mind. We're going to be sitting here having this same conversation for the next 50 years if we don't come up and do something soon. Put these differences aside, forget about how we want to call ourselves, as long as we have this goal in mind. Whether you want to be Freeman, whether you want to be FBA, like I said earlier, when the academy, came to the table, they came to the table as the academy. You got each letter representing a particular lifestyle or particular identification. That's how they identify themselves. But it's still under one banner. I can't stress that enough. And they're still getting tangibles. They are, a protected class, if you will. They're one of the few people in this country that can get said status, in terms of being, all offenders being charged under a hate crime. We're the only ones that haven't had one, despite the victimization that we've undergone for well over half a millennia.
Hey, Eastside, I want to ask you a question, brother, about what you just said. With the LGBTQ, and when they were making their push to get what they wanted and get their rights, which they're still doing, can you enlighten the family on when the L and then the T and then the Q were all going back and forth in front of each other and beefing instead of following suit with what the damn agenda was?
Oh, well, as far as we know, they haven't. They might have done it behind closed doors, but they sure as hell ain't doing it on a public format, that's for sure. Because if you think about it, it's crime being committed within that community. Notice how they keep quiet about that. That's something that they're not going to talk about because they only want to associate crime with us. If you think about it, look at what they did with this shooting that took place in Michigan. They couldn't wait to put a black face out there. Anytime we get situations like this, they slow walk it. They act like they don't want to show the identity of one of their people. But when it's us, they spotlight it and put it all on the forefront. But I digress. I guess the point I'm making is we're spending far too much time going back and forth over identity, whether it's the Moors, the Hebrew Israelites, the Black Panthers, the Pan-Africanism. At the same time, these people aren't going to see us any different. You can do status correction. You can go ahead on and call yourself a Pan-African. You can call yourself a Moor. You can call yourself a Hebrew Israelite. Whatever. You still a nigga to them. And until we come together and decide that, hey, we're not going to take that type of abuse anymore, that's just the way it's going to go. Because everybody who comes to this country, seem to get perks and benefits that we just haven't, despite the fact that we fought for them. Enough is enough. And we got to say that as a collective. And one thing that we talked about in one of our previous spaces is the punishment mechanism. That's the one thing we lack as a people, as a collective, as a group. We need to start punishing our dissent, those who come against the will of the collective. And so as long as the collective common goal is prosperity and equality amongst each other. When we talking about punishment, it don't always have to be harsh unless it warrants it. We can start off as so much as shunning. Because, back in the days when you knew so-and-so that was from the hood, no matter how tough they was, if they got caught being on some chomo shit, we packed them out and sent them on their way. Told them not to come back. We ran these niggas up off the block. If you was a snitch, you get ran off the block. See, we had a way of dealing with stuff on that level. We need to do so on this level because this is going to take us much further. I'll land.
Big facts, brother. Big facts. Thank you. Black Alpha, did you want to chime in before we continue?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, family. You know what I'm saying? It's all about getting to that main destination and how we got to get there, but it's going to take a collective unit at the end of the day. I said before with my brother Afro, it's going to take all of us to get where we going. So however we get on that same page, I'm all for it. Let's make it, based on logic. Let's make it based on sincerity, and guarantee when we do that, it's been proven that we're unstoppable. So we on the right path. We got to just stay with it. And every time they try to derail us, it just gets us more on track. So I'm all with it, no matter what terms we end up, solving, because trust and believe something will be the final straw and we'll make it happen. So let's just keep on pushing and keep on doing our thing.
All right. Davey, you would be next. You want to go?
Yeah. What's goody? Man, so I think y'all kind of reframed the question. Is this mostly related to the OMB survey? Because what we say to each other socially don't even goddamn matter. You know what I'm saying? Like to keep that shit a buck.
Well, no. It definitely was not. It just ended up taking that turn. And so again, really the point of the space is the language of opposition and disruptive agendas. So again, the conversation that is becoming redundant and which is not really heeding a solution or a solid end answer, that's kind of what I'm talking about.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So in that case, shit, I would have to disagree with everybody. Everything everybody just said, I'm gonna have to disagree with it. You know what I'm saying? Because both of them would be a new term or a new classification. You feel what I'm saying? I feel like I've been looking at it from the aspect of the OMB survey, because that what actually matters a little bit more than just socially. Hold on, hey, my son here lit, yo. But yeah, hold on, give me a second.
It's all good. Let's see. Let's hit B Man, and then we'll hit Afro, and then Marcel. Go ahead, B Man.
Hey, what's going on, man? Appreciate you for holding this space. There's been some good stuff going on. I guess I had a question or two for the group in terms of freedmen and everything. And the reason why I'm saying that is one thing that we do know with this system and what is portrayed. I'm trying to step out this restaurant here real quick, so let me do that. Appreciate you. Thanks. One thing that we do know is that they would always come through with these mercenaries, and they would always be pressing hard with stuff. So I hear folks talking about freedmen in relation to the freedom of slavery, but do we know that for sure? Do we know that they didn't come through with those mercenaries and enforcing their religion and their doctrine on folks, whether if it was freemen or freed men with a D? Do we actually even know all this is really taking place for sure? Because if not, that's a whole trick bag in and of itself. Going back to Willie Fuller and how powerful these words are, man, we could be putting ourselves into a situation where, they were freeing their minds from getting off of their old spiritual forms and what it was that they were practicing and taking on their indoctrination. I hear people talk about institutions and everything, but who here has talked about this aspect of religion? And that's always been tied to this government. From the very beginning, if you look at the very first AME church, the black church, it was still tied to the government, y'all. And yet I hear these spaces all the time talking about it, but ain't nobody even addressing that. Man, that's all I really got. I'm gonna slide on back and listen in, but thank y'all for this space, man. It's been good stuff.
Actually, B Man, before you go, real quick, I'm glad you actually mentioned that, brother. So you mentioned the AME Church and the tie of religion, and so what I want to, I want to just pick your brain on this real quick, and just want your opinion. Do you see the aspect of these different movements, the same principles of religion being kind of implemented into ideals there? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, fully. You right on
Replacing
with
the
it. Yep.
Bible. Okay, so replacing the Bible with an individual. You feel what I'm saying, brother?
Yes, sir.
Can you go ahead and elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, just using what it was from the standpoint on your previous values. Well, even if we go back, even from just institutions altogether, right? The very first church or the very first school, I think it came out of church, didn't it? So they're tying this thing all the way in. I mean, we talking about it's wrapped around all the way around. So you can sit there and use the Bible for many aspects. Maybe um, you've convinced the people in their mind that their freedom is coming this way, and they still have them there on them fields. I mean, it's so deep, and I don't hear too many of us talking about that. But that must be that's got to be something we need to at least consider, y'all.
And I definitely do, brother. My method upon that is people have way too many triggers to be so direct that you're actually breaking them from. So, but you understand what the problem is, so you attack the problem accordingly, avoiding the triggers. And if we have compassion enough for our people to know how to navigate those lanes. You feel what I'm saying? So yeah, I just wanted your opinion on that real quick. Thank you, my brother. You always give grateful insight, great insight, brother. Afro.
Hey, B, can I just drop some information for B man? B man, they already had the freedmen talking to churches, so they're trying to get the churches involved. So that's that's something that people should be looking at too. Because that's just something
It's
that
problematic.
we ain't rocking with. Yeah.
Great point, JoJo. I just saw that myself. Great point. Afro Elite, great point, JoJo. Boy, JoJo don't miss a thing, y'all. Don't be sleeping on JoJo information, y'all. Go ahead, Afro Elite.
Thank you. Okay, and I feel like this is such an educational space because none of us are perfect, and this includes myself. All of us have things to learn. I'm not here to, and I hope I didn't disrespect anybody. I'm not trying to offend anybody, not trying to come at anybody. Marcel has ran for Congress of all things. I've never done that. There are things that Marcel knows, of course, that I don't know. And there are things that I know that Marcel doesn't know. So in ways Marcel teaches me, and in ways I teach Marcel. So what I'm saying is, and as we all know, America works when they make legislation, bills, and laws. It works by the absolute letter of the law, not the implication, even though they selectively apply it by the implication, but it's supposed to work by the exact letter of the law. So you have to go back to the origin of whenever the term, the classification was made by the letter of the law. When it was made, what exactly was the designation and what was the qualifications for it to be that? Okay. So with the term freedman, by literally by the letter, it was just the people who were freed from chattel slavery, the people who were previously owned, and the people who are freed from chattel slavery. It was an identification because it existed prior. People don't understand, but it existed prior to the end of the Civil War. That's not when the term was originated. Okay, it existed prior to that to distinguish the black people who were freed and then the black people who are still enslaved. Okay, when you got your freedom, you would have the designation of freedman. Okay, now we are applying things based off of the implication. The implication is, of course, you have to be black to be a freedman, because that was the implication of the term at that specific time. But we have to remember that America goes by the letter of the law, not the implication of how the law is supposed to be used or how the term is supposed to be used. Now, the implication is you only have to be black. That's not word for word. And Marcel, I did look up everything that you posted in the Jumbotron. So I do want to say, with all due respect, you're incorrect. That's not the 100% diagnosed you have to be black, because we have to think about the history. It wasn't even like a thing where they were blacks at that time. They weren't even really using the term blacks at that time. At that time, they were using the term Negro, and then it moved to like colored, then blacks. We have to understand the chronological order of the terms. So at that time, there was not the requirement, I mean, for you to be black to be a freedman. That was just the implication. What we cannot do, and this is the mistake I feel like our brother Marcel is making, what we cannot do is we cannot take the implication as if that's not going to allow a back door and a flaw in the reparations claim. We have to come up with something new that leaves no implication. When you say the term foundational Black American, it's not an implication that you have to be black. Black is literally the second word in the term. So that's an absolute requirement. Unlike everything that I saw in the Jumbotron and that I'd read in the Jumbotron, so I'm not uneducated about that, freedmen, that's a very strong implication, but we can't go by any implications. It has to be absolute. And the only thing that is solidly 100% unremixable, unchangeable, absolute is the term foundational Black American. And I feel like this is a growing space. I feel like this is a space where everybody can leave a little bit more refreshed. Nobody's taking anything to heart. I'm not throwing any shots or anything like that. This isn't meant to be disrespectful. This is just meant to polish things up, because I can be wrong. I'm not above correction. I'm not above criticism. I'm not above learning. Marcel can be wrong. Marcel is not above criticism. Marcel is not above learning. Marcel is not above being corrected. So that's just what's going on here. It's no disrespect. And I land there.
Thank you, brother. And truth, I'm glad you actually said that, because I would just want to point something out to y'all, family. This is what iron sharpening iron looks like. Healthy debate. Healthy, constructive, building conversation. We don't all the way necessarily get along, but at the first sign of disagreement, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna be on your top next time I see. See, we don't even have to go there. It's not a bunch of field of insults. We're fledging out the conversations here, and so I hope that y'all can appreciate what we wanted to get accomplished here today with this conversation, and I'm really pleased at the conversation. So if y'all feel like, hey man, this is kind of testy or this or that, hey, you guys have been in many worse spaces where things have went a ton way left and extra super personal. Right here, we actually I got a Jumbotron full of historical facts. I got a Jumbotron right now full of historical facts, family. So again, shout out to all of y'all who spoke and who's speaking. And let's keep this constructive conversation going. But real quick, if I could get you all in the house right now, family, if you could go to YouTube and go subscribe right now to the Beatzillapdx official show, go to that channel and hit the subscribe button. And after you are done, head over to the Black Alpha Network channel. Make sure you subscribe to that brother's channel, as well as Afro Elite, and as well as Brother Marcel in the chat as well. And of course, our brother Torian Rain Reloaded and Kid Gravity Beyond. And shout out to our brother Sage. Always go bump his music. And Sister Lioness Crown in the house, and Miss Giselle. Shout out to y'all, my sisters. So yes, indeed. Thank y'all for staying in tune with us today and building this strong conversation. Brother Marcel, Black Alpha, did you want to chime in before we get to Marcel?
Yeah, real quick, family. I just want to say this. When we sit down and we put the intellectual minds all at the same table, this is what it is. I like how you pointed that out, brother. We're in the winner's circle at the boss's table, and this is what we got to do. But one of the reasons why it's like this is because we have real people who got the same goal in mind. Like me and you talked about before, brother. Somebody may want to run to the bank. Somebody may want to hop, skip to the bank, drive to the bank. It don't matter. Front, back, side to side. I know out there on the West Coast, brother, y'all be hitting that three-wheel motion. So if you want a three-wheel motion to the bank, that's all good as long as we get to reparations. And when you remove remove people who are out here saying they don't F with FBA and all that nonsense, when you remove those type of people, the spaces, the energy, the dialogue, all is more positive and structural. So you got to make sure, no matter what, and this can be the key point everybody can take away from this, despite whatever we done, discuss, it can be keeping people out of the paint who don't belong here. And one of the things I want to mention, family, that we haven't mentioned, and we'll probably have to do another space on this, is ADOS, okay? American Democrats of Slavery. We got to make sure that they damn sure don't get no classification on us, because they've been exposed a very, very long time ago. And since they got their asses whooped out here in the black grassroots and the people did not select them, they want to do a punk move and try to go to their Democratic handlers, because we all know they got them. That's how they came about. So they want to go and do a cheat code and say, well, FBA, Freeman, black Americans didn't want us. Well, let us go to Zaddy and maybe he'll select us. So we got to make sure they stay the fuck out the paint. And that's something I believe that we can all agree on. And with that said, certified salute. Let's keep it moving. Y'all make sure y'all watch Black Alpha Network tonight. I'm gonna have my brother Afro Elite. We're gonna go further. Vanguard season. Yes, indeed.
Brother Marcel, it's on you, brother.
Hey, y'all, I don't know if Davey's ready, because I know he's been waiting for a long time, and if he is, I can let him go before me.
Okay, yeah, I am ready.
Go
Shit, my question I got a question for you, Marcel. What would be the vast difference in ADOS and what Friedman is doing right now?
Okay, so one, American descendants of slavery is too damn vague. Okay, I mean, if that's what they decide to go with, I would be worried. But I want to say one thing, Dave. I'm gonna answer your question already, but let me be very clear. Y'all, when the legislation is written, the legislation is going to be safeguarded because of lineage. Let's keep that in mind. No matter what the name is, we don't have to make sure that lineage is in there, because that's where it's going to come down to. And I've always said that from the beginning. This thing with, American freedmen and stuff like that, this is about disaggregation, which is important because, y'all, there is going to be life after reparations. There are going to be policies to which we specifically are entitled to that should only go to us. The government's going to need a way to specifically identify us. I want to say that. I agree with, let's not get too caught up on names, even though I'm still full force behind American freemen. Now, to your question, Davey, American Democrats of slavery, American descendants of slavery, it's too vague. Slavery didn't only happen in America. So now, those Jamaicans that want to say, well, I'm a descendant of slavery too, now they'll be able to come here and say that. And they'll be saying they deserve reparations. If we start saying reparations go to American descendants of slavery, you're saying an American. Not all Americans are freemen or the black descendants of American slaves. Some are descendants of Haitian slaves, Dominican slaves, Jamaican slaves, Colombian slaves. You see, you got to specify slavery. I would be happier if it said American descendants of American slavery, but it doesn't. The second problem is it says American descendants of slavery. White people, like I said in that little video, white people want to be oppressed so bad, so you're going to immediately open up the floodgates for white Americans and say, well, I'm a descendant of Irish slaves who were enslaved by the English, so I'm an American descendant of slavery, and technically they would be right. Now, to be fair, because I like to be fair, I imagine they wouldn't just have American descendants of slavery. I imagine there would be a descriptor for it, but just the term alone is just too vague. That's what I would say. And I'm not sure if you're done, Davey, because if you are, then I can go ahead with what I wanted to say.
Okay, my follow-up question is, do you believe that freedmen should be utilized for the OMB as an ethnicity?
American freemen. American freemen. Absolutely. Yes, I do. It will tie us to that unique status that is only for us, that this country came up with, recognizing that they owed us. And that's actually a good segue to what I wanted to say, but I know you've been waiting for a long
Yeah, and
time.
I got another quick question. So what I was about to say is, to invent something brand new is way more is the same thing as resurrecting something from the past. So do you feel like with the same effect which y'all are trying to attach us to, you don't feel like disaggregating Black American from African American would do the same thing? It only take redefining two things that already have a slash and distinction on it with the OMB.
You see, the thing technically is that black, African American at least, was originally an ethnicity that was supposed to just refer to us. But I forgot who brought it up over here. You know, for the longest, we were the only black people in the country. You didn't need to specify the type of black you were. The problem is when black immigrants started coming over here, there was no push for specificity like it should have been. So Black American, African American has already been hijacked for the most part by immigrants. Now, I would support us saying, okay, Black American just refers to Black descendants of American slavery. I would definitely support that. But I feel that would actually be a bigger challenge because there's already been so much documentation of black immigrants on paper classify themselves as Black Americans, sometimes their parents, because that was, and I'm not, you know, I am going to attribute bad motives to a lot of them, but for some of them, they chose that because that was the only option to choose. So they're on paper as a Black American now, and to me, that will be a bigger battle because you have to retroactively, in a sense, declassify them when they'll now have that paperwork to say that, oh no, you see, I'm Black American, what you talking about? So that's the problem I have with that.
So in that same stance, if you utilize the same definition for freedmen for Black Americans, it would do the same thing. Because the issue with freedmen is the only people that know and classify themselves as freedmen are all of the different freedmen groups that have their already organizations behind them. That's problematic.
So here's the reason why that's not true. Freeman is people don't go around classifying themselves as a political status. For example, if I was a veteran, I don't go around waking up saying 1979, and I was not born in 1979. I'm just giving an example.
Hey Marcel, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I'm talking about for y'all conversion to ethnicity because it's not a political status anymore at that point.
No, that's the mistake Padrino was making this morning. Freemen will always be a political status, even if American freemen becomes our ethnicity. That will still have no bearing on freeman's political status. What it will do is show that we are the only Black people in the world who have a claim to that special political status. That status was made for us, but freeman will still be a political status. American freeman will just be the ethnicity of the people who qualify for that political status. And let me say again, I have veterans in my family, but when they're asked to, describe themselves, or if they commit a crime, for example, or if somebody want to pick them up from the airport, they don't say, "Oh, he's 6 feet, he's freedman, he's 190 pounds." No, they say he's Black. He's 6 feet tall. He has an afro. People usually only use their status when that status qualifies them for a program. The issue is not, and now I'm gonna get into my bills, Davey. So much I want to say. One, y'all, we got to start blaming the term for the Bureau. Just because white people who are corrupt, wicked, and evil sabotage the Freeman Bureau does not make the Freeman turn an evil turn. That just means that, like my platform calls for, the Freeman Bureau will be separate from the government, but we will get a budget from the government, and we, the freemen, will be in charge of it. That's what that means. It don't mean we change the status. It means we change who was in charge. We will be in charge now. I mean, that's like saying because I went to McDonald's and got food poisoning, the name McDonald's is an evil name. No, whoever's in that damn kitchen cooking those burgers, flipping those burgers, they were the ones that mess up, not the name. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to push back on people saying that, well, why we want to use something white people came up with? Y'all, to be very honest, white people were the ones that really put the Black label on us. Now, I'm proud to be Black. We made Black cool. But let's not act like that was something all our people got together and decided. That was put on us by them too. Second of all, we talk about our elders and those that came before us. I'm not even going to ask y'all this question because I already know the answer is yes. Do you respect Frederick Douglass? Yes, you do. Thank you. Now that we got that solved, let's keep moving. Okay, because I already know we do. Frederick Douglass, guess which document Frederick Douglass loved the most? And he read repeatedly. The Constitution. that was written by a bunch of men, most who were former enslavers. Guess why white enslavers hated the Constitution and eventually seceded from the Union and wrote their own, called South Carolina, of course, being the first to do it. You know why? Because Frederick Douglass went to these white abolitionists and said to them, we don't need to run away from the Constitution. The Constitution is the perfect freedom document. Everything we need to shut down and prove that slavery is unconstitutional and should be legal is right here. So what we say that prove the point I'm making is we can use the things they've written against them. We always have. Don Martin Luther King Jr. and them, one of the ways they got legislation done before they got to the federal government was they used laws on the books written by disgusting, despicable white people against them. Likewise, freedmen is a term that white people came up with and said was specifically for us. You have the governor of South Carolina at the end of the Civil War referring to us as these wretched freedmen who are going to take over the country. It's a term they use and apply to us. Also, Afro-Lee, I'm sorry, but you are wrong. I'm going to read to you from congressional transcripts during the debate to set up the Freedmen's Bureau and the Freedmen's Status, y'all. I feel like I'm back in my class, but to read for y'all. But okay, listen. Where is it? Okay, so this right here is from Senator Sumner, and he quoted the Secretary of War recommendation for the Freedmen's Bureau. We need a Freedmen's Bureau, not because these people are Negroes, but because they are men who have been for generations despoiled of their rights. Congressman Elliott, he realized that it was necessary to help blacks, that's what it says, become self-supporting. He says, after a life of servitude inherited from slave ancestors. So when we want to talk about being the descendants of the people that built this nation, the white people who came up with the freedman term acknowledge the same thing. There were no black people in that room, and yet this is congressional record. This stuff is on the Library of Congress rolls. They acknowledge that the origins of the freedman term, the Freedmen's Bureau, was to help those who were descendants of American slaves who had been wronged for generations. I ain't giving up this status where this country is on the books admitting that they owe us. I continue. And I don't want to be too long. Well, I'm always long, but I don't mean it. Okay.
Yeah, so Marcel, wouldn't like oh my bad. I thought you was my bad, bro.
No, I'm about to finish right now. Probably. Yeah, I'm gonna finish. I am gonna finish. After a life of servitude inherited from slave ancestors, stolen from their homes, and subjected by force to the control of their masters, these freedmen have this right, which will not be denied by any terrorist of any party. That is to say, the right to earn among us their own sustenance. To that end, this legislation is required. Elliott acknowledged that the bill might use taxes raised from whites to aid blacks, but urged that helping blacks to become self-sufficient was less costly than maintaining them indefinitely on public assistance. It is the purpose of these gentlemen opposing the bill he was referring to that our government should maintain these freemen without system and a limited and indefinite cost. Now, here's another one that's read. It says, okay, damn it. Why the freemen of African descent should become these marked objects of special. These were people who were against it. This was a Democrat. Why these freemen of African descent should become these marked objects of special legislation to the detriment of the unfortunate whites. They were acknowledging right there that freemen was only for Black Americans. So, I'm not coming at you either. But it's bad faith when people try to act like it's not right there written in black and white. Not only that, let me go back to that court case in Connecticut. You see, this is court records. This is legislation. These are congressional precedents. If it was a white person in here right now, arguing against this country, acknowledging it owed us, we will use these things against that white person. But because some of us, and I'm not saying this is for all of you, some of us hate Naheem and we think Freeman is his thing and it's another Moore thing, which I don't believe it is. And not, I mean, like I said, I don't agree with everything Naheem does, but I don't believe it's some Moore thing. I don't believe it at all. But we will use this. So I'm going to use it. It's a court record. It's from 1883. The Freeman Bureau was long gone. Reconstruction was over. Being a freeman had no programs anymore. The court further finds that the term freeman, as used in the will, refers to the class of persons in the United States who were emancipated from slavery during our late Civil War or by its results, and embraces also the descendants of such persons. Afros think that it's implied that you had to be black. No, it ain't, because a freeman was always a separate group from a refugee. A freeman was a separate group from a displaced person. A freeman was a black person who was formerly enslaved, or a black person who's a descendant of such people. Okay? And by the way, Afro, even if that was the case, I am no lawyer. But I know enough to know that law works by two things. You don't have to help me help pronounce the other word. Default and de jure. Both of them are recognized. Default means it's something not explicitly stated. De jure means it's explicitly stated and implemented explicitly by law. Both are recognized. The same way that's what they did to use separate and equal. By default and de jure. So this has legal standing. I will have no issues using foundational Black American, but I am going to stand on the ground that precedent matters. Okay? If we have a history of safeguarding foundational Black American as being only for those of us who built this damn nation, then why would I give up freedmen, which has 158-year precedent of only being for us, has congressional transcripts, has legislation, has records, has a court that upheld it after the Freeman Bill was long gone. The matter of people not identifying by their status, y'all, what good would be this? Who will go around saying they were disabled, if disabled, then it qualified them for anything? Do you know that it wasn't until the 1970s? You know how you go and fill out a job application and they ask, are you disabled? You know that didn't really start happening until the 1970s? When they really set up and fully implemented, what do y'all call it now? Department of People with Disabilities. I forgot what it's really called. Excuse me. Now that's a status. Being disabled is a status. There's government programs and resources available specifically for them. I cannot go there and say I'm disabled to get those programs because I don't qualify. Being a veteran is a status. It qualifies you for programs. The thing that has been missing is not the term freedman. That never went away. The reason we haven't used it because the agencies that provided the programs, like the houses, like the food, like the land, like the jobs, like the education that they were doing in the 1860s, that went away. But now we're trying to bring them back in Texas, in North Carolina, in Pennsylvania, in California, my native South Carolina. Georgia got something going on. Georgia has a lot going on that's happening behind the scenes. So, if the reason you haven't been hearing the freedman status is because the programs that we would have been qualified for, the government hasn't been doing. It's crazy for y'all to argue. When I say y'all know I'm saying that in general. It's crazy for y'all to argue against this, and yet at the same time, we acknowledge that this government has neglected us. They've neglected us. The biggest sign of neglect is when they took away the Freedmen's Bureau. That's the second thing outside of reparations about the land right here. Damn it, what did I want to say? Damn, I forgot. Okay, anyway, yeah, y'all. So
I got a quick follow-up, Marcel. If it's already a status and it already has those levels of protections, why does it need to then become an ethnicity utilizing the OMB?
So that's a good question, David. It doesn't really have to. You see what I'm saying? No, I'm not gonna die if they go with, God forbid, oh God, I can see Yvette Carnell now. If they go with ADOS, it will be a painful day. But I won't die. I'm gonna wake my tail up and keep pushing. Because guess what? Before this whole OMB thing happened, I was pushing reparations already. Okay? Freeman doesn't make me and freemen ain't gonna break me. But I'll be damned if I give up my rich history. If some of y'all, and I'm just saying that in general now, if some of y'all want to give up this rich history, go right ahead. But I'm from South Carolina. The first Freeman Bank, first Freeman School, first Freeman Town, first Freeman everything, first the Emancipation Proclamation, that's all here in South Carolina. I ain't giving up my history. Someone that y'all know posted a Confederate flag, and she said, I'm not giving up my history. Some of the people in this space right now who are nothing but trolls, they love that person. She said she wasn't giving up her history, and it was a damn Confederate flag. I'll be damned if I give up my Freeman history. That same person talks against Freeman, but embracing a Confederate flag. So if that person can embrace a Confederate flag that was made by people that hated us, then I'm going to embrace Freeman that was made by this government to do right by us.
And Marcel, could I offer one more point?
Buddy, stay mad, by the way. Stay mad.
Could I get in there and offer one more point? So let's say we all got along and did the OMB survey with the definition for Black American with the same definition as freedmen, and then we leave African Americans' definition as those from the diaspora that are of racial groups from Africa. And then now what that does is we could have freedmen banks, we could have FBA banks, we could have B1 banks, and nobody has to fall into no set classification or anything. That's if there's already this protected class such as freedmen.
So the thing is this. What would we have been doing if the OMB never? First of all, y'all, let's be honest. This is weird. No, this is a good thing. I don't know. I don't trust these people, but the fact that the OMB are doing these public hearings is quite interesting because they usually only do this once every 2 years, and they already had done it. So the fact they're opening this up for a special second time, something is going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. They're listening to us, and I don't trust this government to ever help us. Okay, let me be clear. I mean, I get skepticism. Okay. Let me be clear though. Y'all ask yourself, what would we have been doing if this had never happened? We would just be going along using FBA as a social term, B1 or whatever, right? So at the end of the day, I'm going to stick with Freeman because I feel that it has the precedent and the legislation to support it. But whatever they go with, as long this is the thing that worries me. If they try to go with something vague like American descendants of slavery, if it doesn't have a qualifier there and it's just American descendant of slavery, if you are an American, you're a descendant of slavery, that's going to be extremely problematic. And that's what I'm afraid of. But if they go with something, though, that's lineage specific and it's not American freedom, then it's not American freedom. Like you said, baby, the status will still be there. Whatever, as long as we get our reparations and we get our lineage-based policies, then it is what it is. But y'all, all I'm saying is for my I'm still an infant, politically speaking. I'm probably still a newborn, sucking a nipple. But my little experience in politics, I am learning precedent matters. And like I said, I keep saying I'm going to post a video of my meeting with the Sacramento. I did. But I'm going to post the part where Representative Pendarvis, where the first thing he asked me after Dawn made her amazing presentation. I know y'all may say Dawn is crazy and off the chain, but when y'all have never seen Dawn in action. I can tell this is a lady who used to work on Wall Street and manage is still like $15 million for people's, what do you call that thing? Escrow account, whatever, yeah. But after Dawn, like, really killed it, and like really had everybody speechless in the room, the first thing that guy asked us, Representative Pendarvis, where else has this been done? Where has this happened before? Where has it happened with Republicans? It really, and I'm not making this up to prove myself right. I'm gonna find the clip. I'm saying this to show that I was told that precedent matters, and my little bit of experience working with people in state government, I'm imagining the same as the federal government. Precedent does matter. When Supreme Court, y'all know Ketanji Jackson Brown and Brett Kavanaugh, and then when they were discussing affirmative action, they went all the way back to the 1700s, and they was like, and I know we all like this, they was like, instead of doing affirmative action based on race, we should do it based on the people who are of the lineage of the descendants of the people who were done wrong. Precedent matters when it comes to the government. So I feel that the thing that will help us to just aggregate the easiest will be American freedmen, because the political status exists and it will simply be an ethnic designation that comes from that political status. And that's just my stance. But I am not going to cut anyone who's on code off about having different opinions. But what I don't like are people who spread lies and do misinformation, and trolls are irrelevant to me. That's the stuff I don't respect. But having a different opinion is fine. I mean, that happens all the time. It should happen. So I'll land there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Go ahead, Afro.
Yeah, this is such a educational space, and I'm glad that this space is full of people, so we can all become educated and knowledgeable about this. Now, I can't help but feel like the point that I've been making has been being missed, and I don't want to say it's been being missed deliberately, but it's repetitively been missed. It's been missed over and over and over again. Now, the legislation and the court documents that you brought up, Marcel, those are not the origin of the term freedman. I'm talking literally about with the actual origin of the term freedman. What qualifies you as the term? With the things that you just stated to me, those were not qualifications that you have to be black to be freedmen. If you can't, and that doesn't exist because it wasn't necessary. That's the thing. At the time, it wasn't necessary. It was used that way, and you can find many documents to say that it was used that way because it was, but that's not what was written in the thing. So that means that a non-black person can come up and say, I am a descendant of a freedman, and because the origin of the term does not specify that you have to be your race has to be black, because it doesn't. The origin of the term doesn't specify that, because the origin of the term exists prior to the end of the Civil War, because there were freedmen before the end of the Civil War. A lot of people don't understand that.
I'm sorry, but I just want to ask you a quick question, then, because I mean, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I get your point. Again, you do have to be black, but let me just ask you a question. I don't like that play devil's advocate stuff. Okay, so what if a white person chooses that they're black and they say I'm a foundational black American? How do we show them that they're not black? Because remember, we're doing it by lineage. So how will we prove that that white person is not a foundational black
That is a
American?
great question, and thank you for asking the question. Thank you. I'm going to answer it because of the fact that you have to have your paperwork stating that you were black. What we should do is we should have by origin the first documents that have your race classified, because they're taking like racial classifications off of birth certificates. So the first classification that specifies the race you are, that's saying black. So you can't say I was white until I was 27 years old, then I flipped it, now I'm black, because you would be disqualified because you were white. Okay, so we going by were you black by birth was the first piece of racial classification on any bit of your documents. Did it say black, and has it always said black? That's what distinguishes you from foundational black Americans. So that is a really great question. And that's the thing that distinguishes the freedmen and everything. And I understand you disagree, and I understand that you don't want to drop the term freedman, and I'm not asking you to drop the term freedman. You can keep the term freedman. I understand you have pride in that. I get that. I'm not attacking that term. I'm just saying, as far as the ethnicity goes, there is a superior term to freedmen, and that's foundational black Americans. And if we could reclassify something, we should reclassify something that has a seal that didn't need to exist in 1865, but needs to exist in 2023. So that is why no non-black person can say that they are a foundational black American, even if they try to reclassify themselves as black, because of the fact that they were classified as another race. It counters that out. And that doesn't exist with freedmen. So that's where the oversight is coming in. Not that there's no precedent, because I understand that there is a precedent with the term freedman, And we can just use the term freedmen. You can use the term precedent and say we were freedmen, now we're foundational Black Americans. So I mean, it goes like that. We don't need to overcomplicate everything. In fact, we should just be improving instead of going backwards. You understand? So that's the thing. We have to think about the flaws that they weren't able to see. And the flaw that they weren't able to see is the fact that all white people were Black at that time. That does not exist today. So the implication of freedmen being non-white, that was fine in 1865. We are not in 1865. We're in 2023. So you need the specification that you have to be Black and have always had to be Black, unlike freedmen. So that's kind of where it is. It is no disrespect or anything like that, but you have to go to the first domino, the origin of the term. And in the origin of the term, it did not say your race had to be Black. And why it didn't say that? Because racial classifications during that time really didn't exist, because, like I've been saying, they didn't have to. Because you were either white or you were or you were Black. That's just what it is. So you didn't have to say white, Black. It was automatic. You understand? But it's not that way today. So we have to improve. Just like FBA is kind of like an improvement on the term freedman. We can still use that for legislative purposes. I'm not saying that we should drop that, but definitely for ethnicity. If we was to change our ethnicity, we should definitely change it to foundational Black American. I kind of really don't see where the pushback and the argument is coming from. I feel like people get a little bit too emotionally tied to certain things, and I'm not saying Marcel is being emotional, but some people get like very emotionally connected and tied to certain words and terms that feel like connects us to our ancestry, and they might overlook superior terms like foundational Black American. Yeah, understand. So that's what I'm saying. We have to get it right this time specifically. This time specifically. And I looked up every bit of what Marcel said, and yet again, there's just no proof that at the origin of the term freedman, which exists prior to the end of the Civil War, they said that in order to be freedman, you have to be a Black person who was a descendant of slaves. If you're a descendant of slaves and you're not Black, it doesn't count. That didn't exist back then because it didn't have to. So that's why we have to improve on it. You know what I'm saying? So this is the teaching moment for a lot of people. And with that, I land.
Yeah, y'all, I'm going to just be quick and say, I think we've kind of, I think there's no more for us to say about Freeman that hasn't been said already. I think, to me, I've used Freeman and FBA interchangeably, but when I'm asked about it, because some people have, I've always said that I use Freeman for like, I use, and some people, here's the crazy thing that happens, y'all. And I'm just talking, I even asked Zillion, also, I can speak, I'm sorry, y'all, let me just say what I need to say and land my, you know, put my feet on grass, so to speak. Some people don't like Naheem, and they don't like Freeman because of him, even though Naheem was not around 1865, nor was he in Congress. Some people don't like me using FDA because they don't like Tariq, which in that case, tough luck. I don't care. But I've literally had people play both ways. But let me just say this. I've always said that Freeman FDA means the same thing, but one just has legal precedent of 158 years. And again, for me, I'm not going to go through all this I just said, but Freeman was acknowledged then as being for Black people only. I mean, it's in the transcripts, it's in the legislation, it's in the records. But I think I kind of said all y'all that I can say about Freeman. If I say any more, I'll just be kind of repeating myself. But I did
I got
enjoy.
a question, Marcel. Who introduced you to the Freedmen movement as a status?
Well, Be the Power. Be the Power. When I was watching the Be the Power episode, and I was, I was against it. I was like, I'm Black, and you don't tell me I ain't gonna call myself Black, which they weren't saying that. So, boy, at the time, you could ask them. I don't know. It was Logic. Yeah, okay. Naheem. It was Josh. It was Grim, and they were all like Freeman. I was like, I'm Black.
Do you see why that's problematic?
Huh?
Do you see why that's problematic?
No, because I was not understanding things. They're not saying you're not black. Now, please don't. Y'all got to talk to Naheem about his thing with not being called black.
He blocks everybody.
Y'all got to talk to him about that. I know what he means when he says that. He is saying that race is a social construct. I've always said, because I have white people say that to me too. They go, I'm not really white. I said, well, yes, you are. But anyway, I say to them, I say, hold on, wait a minute. Yes, race is a social construct. However, so is money. So if you are saying that because it's a social construct, it doesn't matter, give me all your money. And they don't ever want to do that. So say, well, your money matters is a social construct, so there's race. But anyway, though, I digress. But no, they weren't saying, because y'all, Freeman is not a racial identifier. We're going to still be able to say we're black and I'm proud. We're going to still be marking black. And I don't know what's going on with America taking race on birth certificates. If I ever have a child, they're going to stamp it on there. They're going to write it on there with a permanent Sharpie, a permanent marker Sharpie. I probably did that much in the hospital because my child will have black on there. So I don't know what they see. You see, that's what America's trying to do. They trying to, do this colorblind thing. No, you ain't going to be color. I could be color. I cannot see color once I see my checks coming in for reparations. Once I see that, then I won't see color. Until I see my checks and I see my people repaired, I'm gonna see color all damn day. So America can play with it if they want to. That's what they're trying to do. But yeah, I think I kind of, for me, I think I've said all I need to say, and I'm kind of really this one. I'm just kind of repeating myself. But
If the devil want to give you a gift, are you going to accept it?
We're going to step in here because we're going to move away from the freedom conversation. We're going to land the freedom plane real quick.
Okay, can I say real quick? I got like 15 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, really quick. I knew the term Freeman because, I went on field trips and Penn Center and St. Helena, the first Freeman school. But, using it as this way was new to me. And that's what I want to say. Yeah, if you want to send me a gift, I'll accept it. I got my P.O. box. I'll send my P.O. box. Okay, yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So we are moving on from the Freeman designation conversation, family. Mr. Giselle, you got it, sis.
Yeah. Hey guys, and hey everybody. Well, happy what is this? Happy Valentine's Day night, Tuesday, whatever we want to call it. Okay, I know you said you was moving away from this question. I have one question though, and then I had some responses. Like I can wait, but the question is, if Freedman is not used, what are the ramifications? When we're going for and this is specifically when we're disaggregating the data, when we're fighting for reparations, what are the ramifications of not using the term Freedman or the lineage identifier as Freedman? And this isn't saying I'm against it or for it. It's been a lot of questions. I've been doing a lot of research because someone brought the question into my space, and I don't do like all of the back and forth, but I do like to have sound and like productive conversations that can lead to some type of solution. So I said I would absolutely host a space where we would not really discuss, but let's really see what's the problem with using these these lineage identifiers interchangeably. Like, what's the problem with that? And I also asked a lot of questions, but I also answered some from other people. I will be posting more polls this week because we will be hosting a serious space specifically for this, because a lot depends on us getting this right. And we're just a few thousand out of millions who need this information. And if we can't get it together on 1,000 level, imagine how it's going to be when it gets to the masses. So again, my question is, what are the ramifications? And I'm gonna close my mic.
Well, real quick, let's see. Let me say this, because we went through over the classifications. Now, with that, it is already establishes a lineage. So we have an established lineage that, even in my state, it didn't necessarily have to be classified by any specific designation because it's going to the people. See, when you start forcing things down a pigeonhole of wording, then that's their game. We have talked about a multitude of different angles in this space. And the one thing that keeps coming back to the surface to me, keep it simple. So the implication of not using freedmen is, I wouldn't use it to change as a designation from what already exists. Getting into changing something, which again, that's not even a proposed thing from the grassroots. So you have to always raise a red flag at that. Now look at, okay, if there is a mechanism that's being handed to you that's already infiltrated with rancid with worms, when you get it, and yes, it has a historical implication to it, but just got to look at where it's been sitting all these years. You haven't had your hands on it. They've had a hold of it. That's why I keep trying to stress riding the lineage, and then you designate what you are yourself. If we still keep going back to what they classified us as, that is a classification. The only thing they need to classify us as is a protected class and a specific group. But that should be by our own designation, not theirs. Of course, you already have something on the books that shows this is who we are. And just like the brother said before, that's when you start negotiating the future. So the freedman status, you could use that to get you in the door for a conversation. But the negotiation is changing up that language. So yeah, there's already something right there to get you in the conversation, but that's not where it ends. And I think that's where the conversation just keeps getting cut off at. And I want to get past that point of conversation, because it's not that you're not using it. What you're doing is updating it and modernizing the terms. This isn't 17 anything. This isn't 18 anything. It is literally 2023, and we have an influx of immigrants and other agendas right at our doorstep trying to get part of our claim. We have to make sure we keep the languaging as modern as our adversaries' tactics of undermining us. And we are having way too much conversation trying to figure out which old logic that's already been infiltrated and ran through is going to work. None of it is. You already seen the outcome of it. What we need to do is figure out, how do we repair it? That, if anything, should be the conversation. Now, well, what do we class? Because truth be told, the reason why we have these names now is because it needs repair. So just having the free, we see what that did. We are where we are. So we need to look at all of the aspects of its failure. So we know what the designation is, but we need to look at why it didn't work. And there's not enough conversation on that. So I can understand why people's pushback is, and we're getting things lost in translation because we're going in circles because of passion. But the business is, how do we change the topic and the conversation from the emotional side of things? Because this ain't about religion. This is about reparations. So how do we get to the reparations conversation as a collective group? Whatever lane you roll with or whatever group you're with, this is a collective entity. Freedman is a designation that's on the book, so it opens the door for the conversation. Lineage is already present as well. Now we're negotiating. We're not handing over the keys to the white people, please. I hope you will hear me. Right then is when you start negotiating your terms. What are your terms, black folks? Because right now, your terms seem to be arguing with each other. Where are your terms? What do you want from these people? Because you're going to go bargain with the devil, and you're so focused on how you're going to identify yourself with somebody who is only sitting at a table with you to deceive you and undermine you to begin with. So yeah, if you're walking up there to them and saying, well, here, let's just take Freedman butt naked, blind on his face, yeah, you bound to get screwed. Absolutely. That's without saying, because you're dealing with the devil. You know what you're dealing with. And we need to enter every business action with these devils as such. Black Alpha, you want to chime in on that, brother?
Absolutely. I gotta go ahead and answer the question our sister just gave. And I would say this to answer your question, sister. One thing we have to focus on, and I'm gonna keep on saying this, is we gotta make sure it ain't no goddamn ADOS. That's what we can all agree on, point blank, period. Because that would be detrimental as hell. So whether we go back and forth between foundational Black American and Freedmen, I believe we'll all work that out because we're intelligent enough to do so. But when you start talking about American descendants of slavery and all that type of stuff, we got to be very cautious of this. Now, we were speaking earlier about why they're opening up this conversation right now. I'll give you two reasons why they're opening up this conversation. One is because we have self-identified and we made it a very serious subject. But the dominant society always tries to come in and manipulate something that we created here at the Black Grassroots. Look at the March on Washington. That was a Black Grassroots march, and somehow it ended up with white women in Walmart. Okay. They always try to infiltrate what we create. All right. So what we have to do is make sure that those terminologies in terms of ADOS or anything of that sort do not get designated at all. Because once that happens, you are right in the hands of the Democratic Party. And next thing you know, you're going to have Ukrainians coming over here claiming our reparations. And you're going to have fucking Mexicans and Germans and everybody from these fucking UFOs flying in the goddamn sky. They're going to come over here and try to get a goddamn check. So we have to be very cautious. And I want to give you a telltale sign, and this for everybody, as you were talking about earlier, Beatzilla, about checking this op language. And I always say on the Black Alpha Network, watch the verbiage. When you start to see the news throw around the term ADOS left and right and start speaking about it in an endearing fashion or some type of happy nature, then you know what the play is. So I believe what they're trying to do is create this conversation that we started by identifying ourselves, and we did it organically. They are trying to hijack it and sabotage it to insert a term that is beneficial to them. They don't want Freeman, nor do they want foundational Black American. So we have to understand that what they are trying to really do is go ahead and reclassify all of us as ADOS. And I believe a lot of those ADOS people, and y'all know exactly who we're talking about, as well as some people who had past affiliations with ADOS, and some of them are freedmen now, because a lot of them left the ADOS side and went over to the Freedmen side. Y'all know who I'm talking about. We're going to have to, and they got pictures on the internet, Google it. Those type of people are going to be the facilitators and the handlers of taking these grassroots terms, the terms that we use in the grassroots, and creating some type of bubble that serves the dominant society, in particular the Democratic Party. So what we have to do is not just have this debate about FBA and Freedmen, which is a good debate, and we can get to the bottom of that, but we have to make sure that the term that they do select is not no Democratic sponsored, no ADOS sponsored, no Morris Science Temple chewing on rocks sponsored bullshit. And that's the main thing that we have to do. So it's not just about pushing forth what we have, it's also about preventing. So not just playing offense, we need to also play defense. And as long as we do that, all will be well.
And that is exactly what I'm feeling. I actually absolutely believe that the goal is to co-op it. See, we're putting a lot of momentum behind this. So they're like, look, if we give them something, they're going to say, well, at least we got something. And what I see, and from what I've been researching for the last 2 days, if we did go with ADOS, this can be very damaging, considering that South Americans is America. South America's America. And who's getting shipped in here by the boatloads, 30,000 at a time on the surface illegally?
And they're
Not
trying to make
talking
them
about what's coming underground.
sorry. And they're trying to make them Americans. That's all I want to say. Sorry.
And that's
and Joe Biden said immigrants built the country too.
Yeah,
perfect segue.
And see how this is, and not only that, is taking all of our greatest accomplishments in this country. They're forwarding it to these other groups. So the question is, I'm absolutely, when you guys said that, I'm like, I'm on fire, because this is exactly from what I've been looking at. This is what it is. We're going into a position now, because people are going to do like what they did with Black Lives Matter. People like, oh, well, it's Black Lives Matter. We'll support it, not knowing the backstory with a lot of the stuff that happened, and not the good, activists, but the ones that weren't. So, the ones that it was like a lot of stuff going on. I ain't even going to say the ones that weren't so good, because they was controlling it from the top. A lot of this stuff they was controlling. But this is one thing that I wanted to bring out. Not even one. We have a lot that depends on us getting this right. we have to be intentional with the everything surrounding all of this. Like some people, it's an exhausting conversation, but everything great, you got to work hard for it. Everything great. This is setting the tone for future generations. All of this is setting the paveway. We're telling our future great, great, great grandkids, hey, look at what we did for you. And we're a small pocket in society. And we like if we and we like just for the OMB situation, we have a couple of a months, and then for this push for reparations, we might have one more presidency. Dr. Claude Anderson said we had by 2016 to get it right, and we just wasn't there yet. But thank goodness for the little doggy signals they put out there talking about how quickly we were going to reach zero wealth in 2017. They put out all of them articles, and then it started making people think like, wait a minute, what you mean? What is that? What is this? Then people start looking at the wealth gap. Then I, like Tariq mentioned, he said I started looking to see what is the difference, like what's happening here. So he started figuring out some stuff, situations there. You got huge platforms, social
Hey,
media
Miss Giselle, could I
came
ask you
into
a
play.
question, please?
Yeah,
Oh,
as soon as I finish.
okay.
But yeah, but what I'm saying is we got all of these things that's happening, right? So if we can sit down, get this part done, this should be done this month. We're going to use the Black American FBA, Freedmen, Native Black America, whatever you want to call yourself right now. We're going to use all of that energy that's all in this month from all of the things that we've done. Not saying we're limited to this month, but we can take this and we can really solidify this. Get everybody, we need to get to the masses outside of these social spaces and then push the narratives out there. We can get to millions. This is so important that people are paying attention to what I'm saying. We can get to millions, guys. We solidify this here, take it to the masses, and then wherever sector you decide to work in, that's where you work. This isn't about friendship. This is about the future of our people. I don't care if nobody like me the day or tomorrow. I'm still going to make sure that your kids are good. I'm still going to make sure my kids are good because this is what we're here to do. We weren't brought here for no reason. It's a reason why we all gathered on this app and kind of like started circulating this energy. We started pushing this energy so much that now candidates are coming to us. Elected officials are coming to us. Social media not social media, the other media is looking at us in these little ghost station on these little ghost accounts trying to figure out how can we get beneath them. So don't ever talk about how weak the social media platforms is. I hate when people say, oh, can't nobody do nothing on social media. That's a lie. We have made so many breakthroughs on these apps, and thank God, not to the people that who passed away during this time, but thank God for us being forced to sit and have to look at ourselves. Because that's what happened. You start looking at yourself, you're like, damn, this is a effed up situation and you can't move, you start doing things to fix your situation. So this is where we are. This is where we stand. And we have to take this very seriously. That's why in these spaces we got to be intentional. You don't want to go in and like start riffraff. I don't like the whole back and forth. Calling names is a deflection. That's what you say when you don't have nothing else to do. You start cracking on people. It's a thing that we do here. It's our skills. I do it not even when I'm deflecting. We just do it. Sometimes you just want to get under people's skin. But long story short, everything is counting on us to get this right. And we weren't even supposed to have this window. They've already counted us out. When you look at the memes, I'm gonna keep sounding the alarm on this. On every social media platform, tell me how many of yourself do you see that's not cooning? Tell me how many of yourself do you see? You don't see it. When you look at your television, when we watch that the game, the Super Bowl Sunday, who was celebrated? Like I didn't watch the game, but I know people that did. And guess what? Everybody's looking at like, look at all of this stuff, but you don't see yourself. They're using all of these colors and they put you in this vision where you think, oh, this is about everybody. No, this is about this is a redistribution of a people. Like we're gone. Like in their mind, we're already done. They just sweeping away. They're like, we got a couple of crumbs over here. We'll just brush them over. Let's see over here. They're literally surrounding our communities that are still standing right now. Every day we have these type of conversations, you should be going back. This is like your practice ground. You're out here practicing on these social media platforms. You get some information. You need to be taking it out to the masses and spreading it in the best way that you could possibly pass it. We had the first ever, and we will continue doing this. We're going to do it twice a year. Somebody else suggested, once again, we do the New Black Media Appreciation Day, February, and then around Juneteenth, and celebrating all of these media platforms. Because if it wasn't for those, like for all of us, just creating these type of platforms to centralize our issues and our situations, not driven by little agendas, nobody would be this focused. So it's so much power in this. We've seen it from our elders who did this in the past, who were hiding. We and hiding and going through, giving the information on the lynchings. We've seen all of this type of stuff. We've seen them getting the information to the masses. This is where we are right now. You got to remember, this is not a new practice. It's a reason why it's a new black media that's erected, because we had it then. We had it during slavery. Somebody was getting the information, passing a message. People's lives get at risk. We saw them carry our brother Tariq out of his house at gunpoint. Kids in the house. People think this is a game. People goofy, showing up to people's businesses. People
That's
putting
why
people information online.
it's not. That's why I was saying I don't find it funny.
This is not a game. And it's beyond this social media. Just because you're talking on your phone don't mean it's not real life. You're very much in real life. You're talking, you're alive, and this is your real life. Now, whether you plagiarize it, that's a choice. I don't never act like I'm nothing I'm not. I'm not no rich person. Half of us is 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Keep it a buck. But one thing for sure, you be who you are. Stand on your character. But right now, again, we need, if you can't handle that, don't put yourself in a position to hold these conversations, because we really do. This is the time we need to brush out the bullshit. And the real got to step to the table and handle business, because we have goofy people that want to jump in just because they ain't had a chance to talk and they get a mic, and people are forced to listen to this shit. And we got to really start, like, even with the goofy shit, we got to say, look, hey, I'll let you know when it's goofy day. Then I'll let you to the stage. I'll give you a mic. But today is not a goofy day. We're talking grown folk shit. How do you expect this white power structure to take you serious, and you on public platforms that everybody got access to? We're giving goofy niggas, excuse my terms, giving goofy people attention in the spotlight. They take that goofy person and that becomes the minstrel show of everything that we do. So what I'm asking is that we put character in this. Like, specifically when we talking reparations, I don't care what you talking, anything else. You could go in your boom boom rooms, I don't care. You like, I get kickback rooms, I love. And then, but when we talking serious stuff, the goofy stuff gotta go out the window, because what we're doing is changing the game. There are we did political stances, and I'm gonna shut up. But we took political stances over the last 3 years. I remember when the CA task force erected, and our sister Camilla, she was open with everybody. We was chilling, all of us, and I'm talking about chilling as far as like talking. We were doing type rooms and stuff like that. Great relationships, right? Then it got real goofy. Everybody like, oh, you this, you that. It gets ridiculous. And I get why, because like Neely Fuller say, if you ain't in a productive space, we don't need to be kicking it too much in a certain way, because we are a traumatized people. So, but with us, and again, I'm not saying don't have kicking spaces. Those are great. You need that release. We got enough crap on us every day. But when it comes to this conversation, I want us to take it a little bit more serious. Not even a little. It's time to take it seriously. Period. Yes, people are going to stand on their square once they feel like. See how Marcel feel with Friedman. See how Afro Elite feel with FBA. That's because they found themselves. Don't nobody, after we've been suppressed for all of these years, don't nobody want to feel like somebody's trying to take away who they are, their identity. We've had our identities forever taken. So that's why I say let's give each other grace. It's the reason why. All right, so you rock with this. All right, that's good. What's the purpose? What can we gain from this? What do we lose from this? How can we push forward collectively? Because we do need a foundation. Ain't no way possible we're gonna build the biggest machine without a foundation to put it on. So I'm gonna land by saying we need all hands on deck. It doesn't matter how big or how small your contributions are. And let's start giving each other more grace, specifically in the reparation space. Disrespecting each other because we don't agree with one another, that's unnecessary. Like that's goofy. And it shows is an impulse. It's impulsive. If you gotta like descend to talking about somebody or cussing somebody out, that shows a impulse in you that's not controllable. So that's like childlike. We can't have a childlike leading the soldiers because this is war and they've declared it, and we are the dinner on the table that everybody's ready to eat. So again, we need all hands on deck, and let's just take this serious. And I'm gonna land with that.
Thank you so much, sister and family. We are going to have to actually wrap this space up because, as you know, my brother Black Alpha Network and Afro Elite have a live coming up, which is scheduled in 15 minutes. So, want to give these brothers some time
Can
to.
I just answer a quick question, my brother?
No, we're wrapping up right now. So, what I want to do is let oh well, brother, this is how another person's platform works, brother. We wrapping up. You already interrupted, and I'll let you interrupt plenty enough, Davey. So go ahead and calm that down, bro. So anyway, like I said, thank you to all of the speakers that have spoken on stage. We share different ideas. You know, you don't have to agree all the time, and we can agree to disagree. I see my brother Sage want to come and chime in real quick. Let this brother Sage chime in real quick, and JoJo, go ahead and say a couple words, and let's go ahead and get about 5-10 seconds of closing words in out of y'all on the stage, and then I'll wrap up and pass it to my brother, and we out of here. So go ahead, brother Sage, you got it.
Peace to the family. Peace to the family. I just wanted to say that broadcast happening at 8 o'clock. I will be present. Please be in audience. I think it will be a lot of great game given out. Shout out to my brother Afro. Shout out to my brother Black Alpha. Again, subscribe to my brother Afro. Subscribe to my brother Black Alpha. Subscribe to Beats. Shout out to Marcel. Much love to the family. It's all love in here. I sat back the last 2 hours just learning from you guys, and I'm glad to be in attendance, and hopefully I can contribute something later on. Much love to the family.
Yes, sir, my brother. Shout out to our brother Sage. Go ahead, JoJo, you got it.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I appreciate the space because there was no disrespect. There was no cutting off. There wasn't no, shots thrown. Very constructive, very to the point. I'm glad that we're drawing a line with the lineage and we're continuing to move forward. And people that want to, straddle the fence or, play both sides, they can. We all have the choice. But like it's been said, the OMB's there. So if you need to have your voice heard, you need to say what you need to say. You need to make sure you got your documentation because this thing is coming full circle. It's very important. Make sure that you're getting involved in your local representatives and things like that, making sure that you're educating other people about the importance of who you are and what your ethnic group is. You know, because I'm standing on foundational Black American, man, and I'm landing my plane. Peace.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. B-Man, closing words, brother. All right, looks like B-Man done walked away. Davey, go ahead, give your last words, brother.
Hey, appreciate it, my G. I want to say when it come down to getting the masses, people who going to agree what's the best benefit for all of us, FBA versus Friedman is harder to talk to a lay person about than Black American versus African American. And it's already been hyphenated in paper. Thank you.
All right, all right. B-Man, did you want to chime in? You back there?
B1, family, B1.
Yes, sir. Brother Marcel, I'll go ahead and let you go ahead, brother. Marcel, go ahead.
Nope, I enjoyed this discussion. I'm glad, I was able to present facts that Friedman is not something that could be co-opted by white people and blah, 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 blah. But I also want to say, I heard, a statement made about like Friedman going into churches. What we're seeing are just people who are out there doing the work. They're spreading the message of reparations, and they happen just to use the Friedman term. But their main point is not to spread Friedman. Their main point is to spread the reparations message. That's what I'm doing here in South Carolina, and I land there.
All right, all right. Miss Giselle, you got some closing words for us, sister?
Yeah, we just gonna close by the revolution will be televised. And that's it for the night. I'll be in your space.
Yes, indeed. Brother Afro Elite.
Yes, sir. This has been a very great space. I greatly appreciate it. I'm very thankful for everybody in this space who listened and learned. It was very progressive. I'm glad that I was successfully able to expose the unfortunate loophole that some people can't see with the term Freedmen, allowing non-black people to identify as that. And maybe we will have another space where I further provide proof of that. So I'm glad a lot of people who understood, they understood, and a lot of people who still might need time to digest it. Hopefully they'll understand in the future. And I need everybody to go to YouTube immediately after this so you don't miss the main event of this evening. And with that, I land. Thank you.
All right, all right. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, you have been tuned in to the certified truth. That is myself, beatzillapdx official, and my brother Black Alpha Network. So from myself, my brother Queen Alpha, and my Queen Zilla, thank y'all for once again being tuned in to hear to these spaces. And, I don't know where our honorary co-host is. She must be tied up today, but shout out to Sister Miriam. And shout out to all of y'all, man, who have been in here lacing us with a good insight. And like we say, iron sharpens iron. This is no dummy space. You had a lot of highly intelligent, highly learned individuals going back and forth with ideas, sharpening the ideas. And sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but we do it respectively and in love and with intention. And that is the point of these spaces. So with that being said, family, y'all have a blessed night. Make sure you go tune into our brothers tonight on this live. I'll be watching while eating, watching on the TV. So so if y'all don't see me in the chat, y'all know I'm there. But y'all know how we do. Stay black, stay vigilant, stay alive. Black first, black first, black first. Y'all have a great night, family. Brother, take us home, my brother.
Hey, they get better and better every week, don't they, Zilla? Every week, man. Every single week. Hey, to anybody who listens to this playback, make sure you get you a notepad, get you a pen, and make sure you take notes, because I had a lot of brothers and sisters on this panel that were very, very, very intelligent. As a matter of fact, you could take my brothers and sisters who came up here to speak today, and they're far more intelligent than any motherfucker you're going to see in Washington, D.C. So if it came down to getting this done, I'm taking y'all with me, and everybody in D.C. can sit their ass on the couch. With that said, I'm going to reach out to everybody, Mr. Zell, Marcel, Afro, Sage, everybody who spoke, man. Maybe we can do something in the back channels where we can bring this back and we can keep on pounding and pounding and pounding until we get what we have to get. Everybody knows that I've been very adamant about no ADOS. So maybe we can take it a step further and just continue to put in the work until we get where we are going. I'm going to catch everybody on the Black Alpha Network. I got my brother Sage and my brother Afro Elite. We're going to break it down, Vanguard season, and I'm going to talk about how we are all playing that role of the front line. Like my sister Miss Giselle said, she said the revolution will be televised, and I'm going to tell everybody we all are playing the starting role, and we all in front of the camera. So let's put on the show. I'll see y'all all on the other end. One love. Stay good, stay vigilant, stay safe, and most importantly, stay dangerous. Black Alpha Network. Salute.